players that have been really successful on the tour, and I think over my 4.5 years so far, that's something that I've really tried to accomplish, and I think I've progressed my game towards that. So that's something that I've learned the most while I've been at TCU. And my greatest memories are obviously winning back-to-back national indoor titles with TCU, and hopefully we can do that again this year.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
My name is Tony Bresky, and I'm a men's tennis coach at Wake Forest University. Regarding qualifying for national indoors, I think it's always one of our goals at the start of the season. It's we talk about separating the season into like the indoor portion and the outdoor portion, and obviously the indoor championships kind of culminates the end of the indoor season. So we're excited to be here. We had a really strong kickoff weekend, and we were happy to get through, and very eager to go out there and compete and see what we can do with the best teams in the country.
Hello, I'm Franco Lapalvo from Argentina. I chose to come to Wake Forest University because I wanted an improvement on my tennis. I played for Utah 4 years and I had a great time and great results there. But after 4 years playing there, I wanted to try something new. I wanted to come to a big school, big tennis school, so that's why I chose Wake. And I think college tennis helped me a lot through my tennis process, my tennis career, because before coming to college, I didn't know what to do with tennis anymore. I was stuck playing ATP. I was 800 ATP, so I didn't know what to do. If we kept going.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. I am joined now by a man who described himself as a super-duper senior. It is certainly always a super-duper time to get the opportunity to speak with Ohio State's Andrew Luchanig. First of all, hello, my friend. It is good to see your smiling face. Talk to me about how the Buckeyes are feeling approaching this national indoors.
Feeling good. Obviously a little bit nervous, as I'm sure everyone else is. We know we have the roster to do something special here, but putting together 4 great days of tennis in a row is the only way you're going to get out with the title. So it's going to take everything to do that, but we definitely have the pieces and tools to do it. So
yeah, no doubt about that. And I'm curious looking at the roster, because let's just play the numbers game. Boulet's 5, Cash is 5, Cannon's 5, you're 6, Tracy's 4. That's what, 26 years or so of tennis right there. And again, that's not even including a Bryce Nakashima, not even including an Anthrop, a Bernie, all these players. Is there some urgency with this group? Like, what has this fall been like, knowing, hey, we're all back for one more go-round? Dare I say, if anyone gets to call this a last dance, I would argue it's your group. Has that been the vibes for the first few months?
More or less, yeah. It also helps that along with the older guys, we have some young studs as well, as you said. But yeah, I mean, this is arguably the best roster I've been a part of. Ty always preaches that you need to win with older dudes. I remember when I was younger, he used to say how hard it is to retire a senior when we were going into NCAAs and stuff, and now we've got 4 or 5 of them. So hopefully that word stands true, and it'll be pretty hard to beat all of us.
Yeah, and with that sort of depth, obviously, look, not just the guys we've mentioned, but like a Bryce Nakashima comes in, he could play right away, and all the future success he has had. Obviously, Preston Stearns off of the red shirt, he's ready to play and get active as well. What's practice like? How competitive are things getting? Talk to me about the depth in this group and what you've seen day in, day out.
Yeah, I mean, everyone obviously always pushes each other. That's how it works at this level. You have deep teams, but it's also the biggest team I've been a part of. We have 13 guys. So practice sets obviously get intense. It allows us to, do more. It allows people to come back for second practices as well in the afternoons when the coaches are available, which is, they'll always make time for us. But yeah, I mean, it helps because drills go fast. We get done what we need to get done and move on to the next thing. And yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like that for a lot of teams here. When you're at this level, everyone's good. You just have to, be able to deal with the other 80% mental side of the game as well. So we're working on that also.
Well, in that spirit, I'm curious. You guys have 2 free agents on your team, and what I mean by that is Robert Cash has often had a doubles partner going into a season. Obviously, I call him the perfect prize, like that you win the lottery when you're told Robert Cash is your doubles partner on that day. But only one player on the Ohio State roster is the reigning NCAA doubles champion. That's you, my friend. So a couple of free agent pieces in the doubles. How has working all of that out early in the season, finding partnerships, finding continuity, what's that been like on your end?
It's always trial and error. We have a lot of pieces like we've been talking about, so we have flexibility. We can do different things. We've got Robert and JJ ranked, I think 2 now, but started off 1 coming out of the fall. So we always have that in our back pocket as well. But I think 2 years ago now is when I started first really cracking into the lineup, and it was with Justin. So it's all coming back to us. We've obviously had a few spotty matches in the past few weeks, but that just comes with playing one doubles. You're playing against professional level tennis players. But yeah, in terms of having Robert at 3 right now, or 2, and me and Justin at 1, we have flexibility. Obviously, in my eyes and probably in a lot of other people's eyes, Robert is the best doubles player in the NCAA. So wherever you put him, he's probably going to be in a pretty good position to win. So
what do you have to do to win the Cash lottery so that it's a Luciana Cash ticket out there? Or is that just not going to happen?
I don't know. Like you said, if your name gets called with Robert Cash, you're pretty excited about it. But we also know we got to win 2 out of the 3 to get the doubles point, so that's what's most important.
I always like to
Bryce and Robert have been doing pretty well too.
Yeah.
So
I always like to think me and Cash could honestly put a fight out there, because I think he's one of the 50 best doubles players in the world, period, not just the best doubles player in the country.
I'm not a huge tennis knowledge guy for doubles, but in professional, but I would have to agree, and there's nothing like it.
Yeah, and so I'm curious, you mentioned some of the starting and stopping.
Semi-final of the day features a 2023 NCAA final rematch as number 1 Ohio State takes on number 4 Virginia. Semi-final number 2 of the day ready to start. It's a doozy, a battle of the Blue Bloods as 2-time defending champion TCU takes on 2018 national indoor champion Wake Forest. How is that for drama? Robert Cash, Alex Bernard, 7-6 at the number 3 spot. Doubles point for the first time this weekend to Ohio State. Pack the bags, start the plane. Ohio State into their 7th National Indoor Final as J.J. Tracy closes out a straight set win for the Bucks. OHIO breaking through the Milstein Family Tennis Center as top-seeded Ohio State advances to the National Indoor Final. Wake Forest number 2 duo from a break down 6-4. They take the set, and with it, the Demon Deacons a 1-love lead in our semifinal. So first it's Jaden J, and now it's Seb Forsby. The sophomore sent TCU to their 3rd consecutive National Indoor Final 4-2 victory. The Horned Frogs are through. Our final now officially set. It's going to be a juicy one. There is a lot of history between the TCU Horned Frogs and the Ohio State Buckeyes. We're going to get to see that history play out. A 2023 NCAA semifinal rematch, noon Eastern time. Ohio State will take on TCU.
And a pleasant good afternoon and welcome inside the Philip and Cheryl Milstein Family Tennis Center as we prepare you for the championship match of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships between the Ohio State Buckeyes and the TCU Horned Frogs. I'm Mike Cation, joined by Alex Gruskin. And Alex, listen, it's pretty rare that we get a 1 versus 2 matchup in a national championship, but I think it is safe to say these two have certainly earned their right to be here on this championship Monday.
No doubt about it. For the Ohio State program, it's their 7th National Indoor Final. That speaks to the success they have had over this last half decade. That all 7 of those finals, by the way, in the last 20 years under the tenure of head coach Ty Tucker. But look, there are 3 programs in history that have made 3 consecutive finals and, won 3 consecutive titles too. And TCU is hoping to become that 3rd program, join Stanford, join Virginia as those elite schools that have captured 3 straight national indoor titles. The stakes could not be higher. By the way, it's a 2023 NCAA semifinal rematch. There is a lot of history between these 2 units. We're in for a good one here today.
Before we get to our doubles lineups, we did just have a ceremony, Alex, of course, honoring ITA President Tim Russell, who is going to be retiring here. And it was a really nice moment to just make sure he gets honored for what he has done and how he has served the ITA over the last several years. And of course, the introductions of the lineups have occurred already. It is not surprising, Alex, to see a pretty packed stands full of Ohio State Buckeye fans. A little bit easier trip for them from Columbus, but there is a lot of red here inside the building.
Oh, they travel so well. They always have. And there are parents in the crowd that I've now gotten the chance to know these last 4 years. In the case of the Luchanik family, brothers are here, grandma's here, everyone's here again. They are 6 deep as a crew. Again, families everywhere. I was speaking with Mr. Tracy. I was speaking with family members from the TCU squad. That's the best part about the collegiate scene, as it does bring everyone together as a celebration of the sport. The energy, the passion, enthusiasm, unlike anything else. Should be a fun one here today inside the Milstein Family Tennis Center.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And before we actually introduce you to these 3 doubles lineups, I want to kind of just get your take here, because I found myself, as I was looking at it this morning, I feel that this doubles point significantly more important to the Horned Frogs today than it is for Ohio State.
I would go beyond that. I think whoever is winning the doubles point today, they're winning the match. I just don't see a scenario where either of these teams, with the depth, the talent littered across the singles lineups, you're not finding 4 singles victories. So of course they will in the end, but I think the doubles point critical as a tone setter for both teams, more so than any match we've had this week.
All right, so let's introduce you to these 3 doubles matchups starting at the 1 line. And we should point out, it's been rare for Ohio State. No changes here in the doubles lineup from what we saw yesterday when they took out Virginia 4-0. Starts at the top with Boulay and Luchanik as they take on TCU, Sebastian Gorzny and Pedro Vives.
Luchanik and Boulay for Ohio State got a desperately needed victory yesterday to help the Buckeyes capture the doubles point. Again, that doubles point snapped a 3 doubles point losing streak for Ohio State. That never happens. Finally, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum certainly starts with the powerful duo reigning NCAA champion, Andrew Luchanik in doubles.
Yeah, and to that point, they had lost their first 2. This particular team had gone 0-2 before taking that one yesterday, 6-4. Yesterday actually was the first result for Gorsny and Vivas, who come in as actually the number 8 doubles team in the country, and it was a loss to Wake Forest 6-3.
Yeah, in fairness, they lost to a team in Coons and Suresh, who are also a top 10 pairing, just worth having that. Footnote, when discussing this number 1 doubles team, Sebastian Gorsny, former junior Wimbledon doubles champion, he and Vivas played together last season as well. There's a chemistry you can't fake with those sorts of repetitions. Again, a lot of talent here at the number 1 spot, much like everything else in this match. Feels like a toss-up.
Let's move down to the 2 line for Ohio State. Again, the same as yesterday. This team did suffer a loss. Kenan Kingsley, J.J. Tracy falling to the Virginia number 2 team 6-2. On the other side, Fernley and Pennington, they were actually the pivotal match. I would actually say they were up a break early in their matchup to Wake yesterday. Ended up losing 6-4. It all came down, obviously, to the number 3 doubles tiebreak for the Horned Frogs. But yeah, it just didn't feel quite right against Wake Forest.
Well, we heard it from Jack Pennington-Jones, the sophomore himself, when we spoke to him in the booth, when he discussed, again, the idea of it'd be really nice to have the doubles point tomorrow. It was a moment of candidness and of, dare I say, truthfulness from JPJ. Who knows? They let that one get away. Now, if you watch the match, Filippo Moroni of Wake Forest hit arguably the best return we've seen all weekend on match point. He kissed his racket afterwards and thanked the gods that it was converted, but Fernley, JPJ, there's too much talent for them to lose 2 days in a row, or 3 days in a row in this case, as I know they had the 6-1 loss to A&M. Need to turn things around, you feel like, for the Horned Frogs here today.
And to be clear, we are cognizant the scoreboards are getting up and running.
Defrosting, as we like to say.
A little bit of coffee coming their way, but as we move over to the 3 line, our final matchup of the day, and this is where Ohio State was able to win that dramatic tiebreak against Virginia yesterday. Bernard and Cash 7-2 in that break over Virginia to give Ohio State that doubles point as they take on Chan and Maxted 6-3 win yesterday for Wake.
And I don't mean to cut you off. Can we go to 1 where we have early breakpoint chances for Ohio State in the big screen, 30-40, but it's just tone set. By the way, Buckeyes have a breakpoint early on 2 as well. It's just an energy, a momentum thing. You do wonder who's going to come out fresh, focused. I apologize. I do want to get that focus back on 3, where we did have an opening hold. 1 breakpoint fought off here at 1. It was a desperately needed win for Robert Cash at 3 just to finish that thread, because he had lost the clinching double set in both the first 2 matches for the Buckeyes. So for him and Alex Bernard, the sophomore, to get on the right side of something monumental as the deciding point comes up here on 1. But Maxted and Chan have been arguably the best doubles team for the Horned Frogs this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's right. They've gone 2-1 so far down at the 3 line. So again, we are cognizant of the fact that the scoreboard's not quite where they need to be quite yet, but this is, again, a deciding point right now on the Gorsny serve.
Goes long, so it's an opening break for the Bucks on 1. TCU did hold for 1 love on 2. Let's go back to 3. Now we can hang out with the guys.
All right, so ITA is working on getting those scoreboards up and running. We'll have to do things manually here as best we can, but 30 love now, 40 love here at the 3 line.
I don't know if you recall 2021 when we were in Madison, you did a radio call when we didn't have a camera on Ohio State Wake Forest. It was one of my 3 favorite experiences professionally. So if that's the gear we have to hit, we have the best guy to do it.
Prefer we don't. Prefer we don't. So that's a nice little comfortable hold to get us to 1-all at the 3 line. So again, just to kind of put it in big perspective, break for Ohio State at the 1 line, on serve at 2, on serve at 3 here early.
To clarify, TCU, the team, top half of all of these scoreboards, obviously no scores active, but Chan, Maxted, Fernley, Pennington, Vivez, Gorsny, those are your Horned Frogs pairings. Bottom half of those scoreboards, your Buckeyes doubles pairings. There's a buzz. You can feel it. Nervous energy, I would say.
Well, that was some height garnered there, but not the desired result. So there we've got one scoreboard up and running here. This will flip over to 15 all here, so that's good. It is coming around for us here. Let's actually go to court number 2 if we can right now. Court 2 is where there is an opening for TCU. All right, this scoreboard now up and running. So everything is going now. Just needed a little bit that espresso shot. Now up and going. Fernley and Pennington, they were up an early break, had multiple opportunities to make it a second break yesterday. Weren't able to convert and ended up costing them in a major way. Also should talk about our coaches for this matchup. Ty Tucker for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They've won, of course, the 2014-2019 titles here. Assisted by Justin Kronagi, Torpagard. Texas Christian under David Rodini in his 13th year. Devin Bowen, the assistant coach. Stephen Foreman has joined the crew as well. Finished at the campus up in Evanston, Illinois, Western University.
Kronagi, part of those Buckeyes teams, 07-08, made back-to-back national indoor finals losses to Georgia, Virginia, respectively. Torpagard, part of that 2014 first national team championship. It's an indoor championship, I know. Still counts in my mind.
These are great chances here for Fernley and Pennington. 4 looks right now.
I would also say I think it's been emphasized to this TCU team talking to their players. They know how significant this doubles point is. I think for the Buckeyes, that goes without saying. There's an intensity that comes with every Ty Tucker roster, but
and to that point, I mean, seeing TCU with break chances on both 1 and 2 right now. Meanwhile, Ohio State at the 3 line with these break chances.
I love the Kingsley motion. Rack it up, coil, unload.
Well, there's a break for the Buckeyes down at the 3 line, so they've got a 2-1 edge down at 3. So currently, for the moment, break leads at 1 and 3.
Yeah, and that was a loose volley there from Jake Fernley. Can't ask for more. Transition forward. That forehand was hip high. It's little moments like that, they add up over the course of the championship match. Deciding point coming on 2. Big one. Dare I say, the Buckeyes already up breaks 1 and 3.
Yeah, this is, again, a deciding point. This will click over on the scoreboard here momentarily. Be taken by Fernley. And that will be missed from Fernley. So Kingsley Tracy do keep it level at 2. Let's go over to court number 1 for this deciding point.
No, break back. We missed it, unfortunately. It happened simultaneously. It was a break back for the Horned Frogs and a massive roar. And is it actually a factor? Less so than you'd think, but the benches today, Luke Swan versus Reese Yakubov. It's a sneaky matchup between, dare I say, 2 of the bench goons, as I like to call them. You'll hear a lot of them in your feed today.
I'm interested to hear you say that you thought this doubles point was equal for both. I actually have a little bit more confidence that Ohio State could find 4 singles win than TCU. I think that's maybe a 60-40 type of a situation.
Sure.
But I think Ohio State's probably going to have just a little bit of edge.
Depth. To me, it's that Bernie at 6, and we'll talk about it. Alex Bernard, the sophomore, playing 3 doubles right now. In fact, let's put court 3 in our big screen where the Buckeyes have our only break lead right now on court. He's dropped 7 games through 6 sets of tennis. That's the only certainty and not certainty because that's too much, because Tomas Jirasek is 2-1 on the weekend. That, to me, is why TCU has to go up 1 love. I agree.
to get it to 40 love here for the Buckeyes. A nice close there to get us to 3-1. Let's go over to court number 1 right now, where the Buckeyes do have the opportunity to get yet another break here of 30.
That's an excellent overhead. That lob, about as good as it could have been played from Andrew Luchanik.
We also need to point out this is now the second match for TCU here, where at Columbia versus Ohio State. This is now their 4th match here at Columbia. And there is a little bit of a factor here. The courts have played slower here than they did over at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. I think that does factor in here today, just a little bit more comfort for the Buckeyes. That's a perfect close, and here we go. Buckeyes 3 break chances at the 1 line. Incredible depth there, and Gorsny probably needs to slide over and take that out of the air. Puts Vivas in a bit of a sticky spot. So there you go. Ohio State now up breaks at 1 and 3. Let's go over to court number 3 here. Shannon Maxted hanging on.
To your point on Gorsny there, you actually could see in his face there was a wince, a clear recognition. Why didn't I poach there? His finals nerve. Severin's a little tentative. This is Maxted, the junior, serving.
Well done there. So again, an opening here, the Buckeyes. I do want to kind of put it in perspective here. Why do you think these two teams, having gotten to the final, why have they struggled so much on the doubles point? Both teams here through the weekend.
It's twofold. One, the doubles point is inherently built to present parity to the college tennis fan. It's one set of no-ad tennis. It is a rat race. You have 45 minutes. Energy is as important as execution in the doubles point. Part 2 of that equation is, quite frankly, neither of these teams have executed particularly well. I mean, I thought Robert Cash should have won each of his first 2 deciding doubles sets, whether it be with Bryce Nakashima on day 1, Alex Bernard on day 2. I do think the inclusion of Alex Bernard, as you see another break point here for the Bucks, is a testament to how well he is playing. He is not the most natural doubles fitting piece on the Buckeyes roster. Case in point, you see where he's located while the others.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup there for the Buckeyes. Excuse me, for the Horned Frogs. Sure. Hanging on, as we mentioned right now. Deciding point coming.
No, it's a must-have, but it speaks to how well Alex Bernard is playing that Hightucker went with the hot hand. He said, you've lost 7 games in singles. It probably will work on a doubles court.
Stay here for this deciding point before moving over to court number 1. Perfect return, and it's another break for Ohio State at 3. So 4-1-2 break edge. So I'm going to make the executive decision here. Let's go and focus on courts 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And go into a split box 1 and 2, just so you can get a little bit closer the action. If anything dramatic happens at the 3 line, we will let you know, but kind of pencil that one in at the 3 line for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
And the drama at 1, why was there a conversation there? Boulay, ball looked like it came over back over the net, right? It hit his body. Hit the body, came back over. Vivez, the immediate apology. Wasn't personal, just business. Buckeyes hold for 2-all-on-2. Absolutely. It is all Cash and Bernard. Amazing mentally what that breaker must have done for them yesterday. They are cruising.
Yeah, definitely. We saw yesterday a lot of social media talk about that decision. Andres Pedroso overruling his team on the first point of that third set breaker against Ohio State. A lot of interesting talks there in terms of just the quality of man that Andres Pedroso is, as you see that TCU was able to grab that break there to level things at 2.
4 breaks. 4 breaks through 4 games on 1.
But I think that was really interesting to see people at the very highest levels of tennis media talking about that at length yesterday.
When the GOAT compliments you, Colette Lewis, you're doing something right. And I appreciate her highlighting that moment because there is a tough rap for college tennis about line calls. It feels like every year some sort of hook, as the kids call it, goes viral. And that's just not the case. Again, sportsmanship, the energy, the passion, the enthusiasm, yes. Sometimes it can be a little much in the college tennis world, but it's what makes this sport, this level, different than any other level of the sport. I'm all for it.
The hooks, or
I'm
not. I hate it.
Well, look, I have sat in the chair and umpired a match. It is the single most difficult thing to do in sport. That ball is moving 130 miles per hour. An intentional hook, no one endorses that, of course. There will be missed calls. As we spoke about earlier, the way out of it is technology. Automated line calling is the future in college tennis.
But yeah, just having young men and women having to call their own lines is just a recipe for disaster.
1,000%.
And hopefully, I know we are working towards that point where it won't be the case because, there's too many question marks when there don't need to be question marks.
No free plugs, but there are a lot of good companies working on it. And hopefully, we can figure it out in the next 5 years how to do it cheap enough for the collegiate level. Quick update, 5-1 Buckeyes held again, so they're cruising on 3.
Sebastian Borzny actually has points for a very rare hold on court number 1. And again, TCU will more than likely need both of these wins to get the doubles point. Ohio State just won. So Pedro Vives there, as you see, the one that missed that volley. He's been the big question mark, I think, for TCU over the last couple of days, along with Jurashek, I suppose, at the 6th line for singles. But Pedro's, it's been a tougher route for him. He was starting to build something yesterday, and I think moving to the slower courts here at Columbia from the faster courts of the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center certainly paid off for him.
That's really good doubles on court 2. They're on a string together. JPJ and Fernley. Brits hold for 3-2 on 2. 5-2 Ohio State's going to serve for that set on 3 on the other end of the changeover. As soon as they're out of it, we'll bring it back to you. In the meantime, let's go actually back to the triple box. Let's put court 1 in the big screen. Oh no, it's changeovers everywhere. A rare moment. Alex Gruskin, Mike Cation here. 23 minutes into our final. Fairly steady thus far. Let's put 3 in the big screen, please, as Bernard Cash going to serve for it.
As expected, they go Aussie here on the deuce side to get that forehand available.
Robert Cash, a few words. It is interesting. He has been the spiritual leader, not just of this number 3 doubles team, of the Buckeyes very clearly this season. I call it their pre-match war chant when they start the ha, 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 and the running, the fist bumping. The OHs always start with cash. Filter out to the rest of the team.
Good movement here, but again, it's one of these moments for TCU right now where they have to see if they can just extend for another 5 to 10 minutes here at this 3 line, even if they don't end up winning the match. But if they can sneak out a break here just to extend it to 5-3, 5-4, give a little bit of breathing room to their teammates up at 1 and 2. That's not going to do it. Match points here for the Buckeyes at the 3 line. That will close it out. So indeed, those breaks early for Ohio State paying off as they take the 3 line 6-2. Now it all comes down to 1 and 2. And again, TCU having to win both of them here up at the top lines. TCU, again, wins over Arizona State, A&M, Wake Forest, just a singular doubles point in all of those. That was against Arizona State on that day 1.
Really good execution, but you see here, TCU's got leads. Again, 1 hold on 1 thus far. On serve on 2, they had the Love 40 lead in Kingsley's opening service game. Oh, miscommunication, rare out of Tracy and Kingsley.
But it is going to bring up a testy little spot. Fernley and Pennington have had a break chance.
Yeah.
I believe that would make it 7 straight missed break points for them dating back to yesterday.
Yeah. Keep in mind, again, Jake Fernley is top 5 doubles player in the country all last season with partner Luke Fomba. It's just a lot of talent, a lot of options available for TCU at this number 2 spot. That's a great overhead, though.
A nice closeout there to get us to 3 games all. Focus for the moment then goes over to court number 1 in this 30-all moment. It was a decent opportunity for Ohio State as they did get back to neutral, but it will be 2 chances for the Horned Frogs at 30-40.
Just trying to figure out what I'm missing. What's going wrong on serve on court number 1? Is it as simple as a manifestation of nerves?
Well, the closeout from Pedro Vives gets it done. It is 5th break in 6 games on court number 1. TCU back out in front 4-2.
Puzzling.
It is.
Puzzling. Particularly given the profiles of the Lucianic Boulet game styles, right? Those are first serve, first strike players. coaches who are getting their steps in. Crows crossing 2, Roditi on 1. Can you talk to us a little bit, Mike, about David Roditi, Devin Bowen, their background, their playing history, because 2 of the best developers we have,
Yeah,
correct?
no doubt. Both guys with top 50 resumes when it comes to the double side. Roditi got as high as 41 in the ATP. Also, of course, Davis Cupper as well over the years. Devin Bowen, number 39 on the double side, and he's kind of the mad scientist a little bit more. David Roditi, obviously the face of TCU tennis, but Bowen is the one who's kind of thought of as the tinkerer, the one who's going to be spending a little bit more time on court with the players that doesn't want to be in the limelight. It seems like it's a really good combination for the two.
Roditi would be the first to say, I'm just the pretty face. The real work, it's been people like Devin Bowen, Derek Siddiqui, who was a long-time third coach on the staff.
Be a pretty big moment if TCU is actually able to put some separation here at the 1 line.
Great cross from Fernley.
Yeah, but more importantly for TCU, just to have that separation right now, consolidating the break 5-2 at the 1 line. Has that feeling, obviously, it's going to come down to court number 2.
And just an update in case you are just joining us, Ohio State's 6-2 win at 3. Robert Cash, Alex Bernard, it was never in doubt there. So the Buckeyes, they need just one of these 2 remaining. TCU going to need to sweep them both. The hold for 4-3. So TCU 4-3 out in front. Let's go full screen to 1. As soon as we're out of a changeover, obviously, we'll go back to the double box. Double box, 2 box. Diane knew.
Whichever you want to.
Okay.
Totally fine with me. So Gorsny and Vives again, just to kind of talk about where they've been perspective-wise. Only 1 result for them on the week. Losing to Wake yesterday, 6-3. On the other side, Luciani Boulay here at the 1 line, 1-2.
Oh. I've seen swinging volleys, never a one-handed backhand swinger.
That's why it missed.
Yes.
Sebastian Gorsny, of course, Wimbledon junior title with Alex Mickelson a couple years back, as high as number 38 in the world ITF juniors. As we go back into our 2 box. Nice comfortable hold, and actually the first hold of the day at the 1 line for Ohio State as they do force the issue 5-3. Tomas Jurasek now starting to warm up for the Horned Frogs as the singles point is upcoming. He has been playing at the 6 line for TCU throughout this week.
There's a fascinating contrast, by the way, the warm-ups of these 2 teams. Ohio State was here 2 hours early. They got the first hit in, then a little break, get some food, get some recovery, stretch in, then back out for that pre-doubles warm-up. TCU, they showed up at 11. They know their warm-up. They know their routine. Strolling in, dare I say, like a 2-time defending champion.
Just a clip of the net there. Gorsny He'll take it 30-love, 2 points away at the one line.
Pedro's been locked in. He has been particularly impressive to start. Gorsny's got the hands, he's got the size. Always walks around like so casually, but Vivez, the energy he has played with, the purpose. He has snapped off so many overheads successfully today. It's why TCU's got 4 match points on 1.
As soon as you say that, of course, a little bit off there from Vivez on that first volley is the one that needs to be finished, of course.
That's why you build 40-love leads. Let's go full to 1. We'll get back to 2 in a moment. Match points here. I'll eat those 2 errors. That's on me.
Absolutely you should. Match point number 3 upcoming, and things get a little tight. Now, what a huge break off of the net there. So it brings up a massive deciding point. Match point, break point. Where do they go here?
I assume they're going to go to the Lucianic return. I would look for Lucianic to take the ball early, rise line. That's his favorite return. Beat you to the spot.
Little discussion here about whether they want to go I or regular here, TCU. Looks like they will go I. Horned Frogs are on the board. They grab the one line, 6-3 in a break-filled set, and it all comes down to the 2 line.
That's a gut check. Seb Gorsny, the depth on those volleys, the consistency after you saw 3 match points get away. And then, by the way, who knocked off the overhead, Mike Cation? It was Pedro Vivez. We are knotted up 1 set apiece.
So again, as we bring you inside to court number 2, Fernley Pennington, 1-2 on the weekend.
Kingsley Tracy 2-1.
Correct.
Their 1 loss, though, coming yesterday.
Slider away from Fernley, and it is 5-4 here at the turn. Everything coming down to the 2 line. In case you are joining us just a little bit late, Ohio State winning at the 3 line 6-2. And as you saw just a second ago, TCU at the 1 line taking it 6-3. Mike Cation, Alex Gruskin joining you here on the Crack Racquets coverage of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships. Make sure you do stick around after our singles today for our trophy presentation as well.
And it's just delightful to, again, have this come down to a deciding set here at 2, the history between these 2 teams. There are a lot of parallels between these 2 programs, 2 schools that have done everything but win the big one, that NCAA title in May. Again, 2 national indoor titles apiece for head coach Ty Tucker, head coach David Roditi, both successful players coaching their their schools. I mean, words, not my thing, as you know, Mike Cation. Good thing I'm a broadcaster. Alma maters. There it is.
We got there. Kingsley serving. Uh-oh. Double fault to start. Look, 15th, 5th year out of Northport, New York.
I do want to point out he was down love 40 in his opening service game in a set that has featured no breaks, I believe, here at the number 2 spot. No, there are multiple members of the Kingsley family in the crowd today. It was great to get to catch up with them.
Well, that's a fantastic return from Jake Fernley to really start that point, get Kingsley off of the back heel, and TCU 2 points away. Well, the net cord plays a big role, but Kingsley just backing off of that ball instead of going for a little bit more aggressive, and it's 4 match points for TCU at the 2 line. Guys, Alex pointed out, though, I mean, think about the missed break chances yesterday for TCU at this particular line. Missed break chances here today as well. Over the last couple of days with their break chances.
I'll repeat myself again. Kingsley has already held from love 40 down today. Can he find it one more time? 3 more match points for the Horned Frogs.
High formation on this second match point to Pennington. With the Thorn Ripper up the line, TCU has the doubles point with wins at the 1 and the 2 line as Fernley and Pennington come through 6-4.
The best they've executed all weekend long, maybe all season long in the doubles point. And for Jake Fernley and Seb Gorsney to recover, not Seb Gorsney, Jake Fernley and Jack Pennington-Jones to recover the way they did after a tough loss yesterday. Jack Pennington-Jones, you get your wish. Your team takes the doubles point, with it a 1-love lead. I do just want to point out one more time, 4 breaks to start that number 1 double set. Then Gorsney and Vivez found their rhythm. Yeah, got a little shaky at the end there, but to lose that number 3 double set as quickly as the TCU Horned Frogs did, to find their footing, mentally, physically recover. Now they have, dare I say, a had-to-have 1-love lead over the top-seeded Bucks, Mike. This rivalry always delivers, and it feels like we're going to get that once again today.
Ohio State has lost the doubles point now 3 times on the weekend. The previous 2 times they've been able to come through. Can they do it again? We'll get the singles lineups to you coming up in just a couple of minutes. This is Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. I am joined now by a man who described himself as a super-duper senior. It is certainly always a super-duper time to get the opportunity to speak with Ohio State's Andrew Luchanig. First of all, hello, my friend. It is good to see your smiling face. Talk to me about how the Buckeyes are feeling approaching this national indoors.
I mean, feeling good. Obviously a little bit nervous, as I'm sure everyone else is. We know we have the roster to do something special here, but putting together 4 great days of tennis in a row is the only way you're going to get out with the title. So it's going to take everything to do that, but we definitely have the pieces and tools to do it. So
yeah, no doubt about that. And I'm curious looking at the roster, because let's just play the numbers game. Boulet's 5, Cash is 5, Cannon's 5, you're 6, Tracy's 4. That's what, 26 years or so of tennis right there. And again, that's not even including a Bryce Nakashima, not even including an Anthrop, a Bernie, all these players. Is there some urgency with this group? Like, what has this fall been like, knowing, hey, we're all back for one more go-round? Dare I say, if anyone gets to call this a last dance, I would argue it's your group. Has that been the vibes for the first few months?
More or less, yeah. It also helps that along with the older guys, we have some young studs as well, as you said. But yeah, I mean, this is arguably the best roster I've been a part of. Ty always preaches that you need to win with older dudes. I remember when I was younger, he used to say how hard it is to retire a senior when we were going into NCAAs and stuff, and now we've got 4 or 5 of them. So hopefully that word stands true, and it'll be pretty hard to beat all of us.
Yeah, and with that sort of depth, obviously, look, not just the guys we've mentioned, but like a Bryce Nakashima comes in, he could play right away, and all the future success he has had. Obviously, Preston Stearns off of the red shirt, he's ready to play and get active as well. What's practice like? How competitive are things getting? Talk to me about the depth in this group and what you've seen day in, day out.
Yeah, I mean, everyone obviously always pushes each other. That's how it works at this level. You have deep teams, but it's also the biggest team I've been a part of. We have 13 guys. So practice sets obviously get intense. It allows us to, do more. It allows people to come back for second practices as well in the afternoons when the coaches are available, which is, they'll always make time for us. But yeah, I mean, it helps because drills go fast. We get done what we need to get done and move on to the next thing. And yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like that for a lot of teams here. When you're at this level, everyone's good. You just have to, be able to deal with the other 80% mental side of the game as well. So we're working on that also.
Well, in that spirit, I'm curious. You guys have 2 free agents on your team, and what I mean by that is Robert Cash has often had a doubles partner going into a season. Obviously, I call him the perfect prize, like that you win the lottery when you're told Robert Cash is your doubles partner on that day. But only one player on the Ohio State roster is the reigning NCAA doubles champion. That's you, my friend. So a couple of free agent pieces in the doubles. How has working all of that out early in the season, finding partnerships, finding continuity, what's that been like on your end?
It's always trial and error. We have a lot of pieces like we've been talking about, so we have flexibility. We can do different things. We've got Robert and JJ ranked, I think 2 now, but started off 1 coming out of the fall. So we always have that in our back pocket as well. But I think 2 years ago now is when I started first really cracking into the lineup, and it was with Justin. So.
And welcome back inside the Philip and Cheryl Milstein Family Tennis Center. TCU with the doubles point. And now it's Ohio State needing to find 4 singles win. We will get to Alex Gruskin's match calculus coming up. But first, let's meet our 2 teams first. The TCU Horned Frogs.
Julian Alonso, Barcelona, Spain, freshman, go Frogs.
Duncan Chan, Markham, Canada, freshman, go Frogs. Jake Fernley, Edinburgh, Scotland, 5th year, Bosh.
Hey, I'm Sebastian Gorsny. I'm from Austin, Texas, and I'm a sophomore.
Tomáš Jiroušek, Prague, Czech Republic, senior.
Louis Maxted, Brighton, England, junior.
Kai Quirines from Unteragri, Switzerland. I'm a freshman.
James Jack Pennington Jones, London, England, sophomore. Bosh!
Luke Swan, Bristol, England, junior. Love and champagne. Bosh! Pedro Vives, Mallorca, Spain, senior. Bosh!
David Roditi, TCU men's head coach. Go Frogs.
And now their opponents, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Jack Anthrop, Orlando, Florida, redshirt sophomore.
Preston Stearns, Cincinnati, Ohio, redshirt freshman.
Reese Yakubov, Upper Arlington, Ohio, junior.
Robert Cash, New Albany, Ohio, senior.
Cannon Kingsley, Northport, New York, senior.
Alexander Bernard, Naples, Florida, sophomore.
Andrew Lichownik, Richboro, Pennsylvania, super senior.
Justin Boulay, Oakville, senior.
JJ Tracy, Powell, Ohio, senior.
Bryce Nakashima, San Diego, California, freshman.
All right, let's take you through our 6 courts here and talk a little bit about these particular matchups. Let's stay at one here for just a couple moments because obviously a big moment here early with Cannon Kingsley serving at 30 all. Kingsley, the 5th year, comes in 67 in the country. Fernley 62 in the country for TCU, and obviously a lot to be done with those rankings here over the next couple of months. But yeah, a big moment for both of these guys because it obviously has some massive implications for NCAA tournament and also thinking about the summer and the ITA accelerator program.
You said 62 versus 67. This could be 2 versus 7. Legitimately, I think these are clearly 2 of our 10 best players we have in the collegiate tennis universe this season. Fernley yesterday and these past 2 days, it just has felt like his team needed him to get off to quick starts. He was up 4-1 in 7 minutes, 10 minutes yesterday on his way to a straight set victory. Did the same thing against Perot of A&M the day prior. Fernley's found his best, but man, Cannon Kingsley these past couple of days, he's played Joe Monday, he's played Chris Rodesh. All he's faced is top 10 opponents. He'll be ready for the level Fernley will throw at him as it's an early deciding point.
Indeed it is. We should also point out that Fernley did have a match point against Arizona State when the match was abandoned. So very easily could have been 3-0 instead
on Murphy
2-0.
Cassone of all people as well. Yeah, these guys are good.
Deciding point here, and Fernley has decided to take it on the ad side. Is that called wide? I believe it was. Okay. Double fault gives TCU their first break. And let's move over to court number 2 because we're going to be coming into a deciding point here as well with Jack Pennington and Justin Boulay on Boulay's serve for Ohio State. Boulay, number 25 in the country. Pennington, the number 4 player in the country. Big deciding point here to the deuce side.
It's a massive serve, a massive roar from Boulay. There will be an edge to these Buckeyes early. You're going to hear just a lot of noise. Not going to be offended if you want to turn down the volume just 2 decibels on your laptops, wherever it is you are watching. Buckeyes can sense it. You could hear the team meeting, the energy, the fury, the steam coming out of the ears, dare I say, of that Ohio State sideline. They will come out hot on court 2 as we come over to 3.
3 features JJ Tracy, the senior, number 7 into the country right now. Pedro Vives finally saw some life from him yesterday for TCU once we moved to these slower courts here at Columbia. And you felt that he had started to find some momentum and was getting close to a victory for TCU as well yesterday when the match was abandoned.
Well, he played his best tennis, I would say, over these last 5 hours here at the Milstein Family Tennis Center. Singles yesterday, no doubles here to start today. On the flip side, though, a win for the Buckeyes today, it runs through court number 3 in JJ Tracy. He's a top 10 player in the country for the 4th consecutive February, and his level at 3 yesterday against Montez, what finished off the deal. And, again, that match almost had 4 3-setters. It felt like Virginia was inching their way back before Tracy finished things. I think it's got to be a strong start from Tracy, who certainly will have a little extra edge to him after he lost that clinching double. set.
Let's move to the 4 line. This is an intriguing matchup for me as Jack Anthrop, sophomore, 7-0 so far on the season. Sebastian Gorsny, now 6-0 on the season. The sophomore, number 39 in the country. Something's got to give here, Alex.
You would think so. I mean, of course, in that case, they're probably going to go unfinished, right? Like, just to make sure that the records stay intact. But look, I know he's a redshirt sophomore compared to Gorsny, true sophomore. Anthrop enrolled early just so he could get a part of that Buckeye system, start working with Ty, Crow, all these guys right away. These are two of the best players in their class, period. There is no doubt there is history between them as well. No secrets in the game style here. This is maybe my single biggest question mark. Both these guys have been anchors in their respective lineups. To your point, something's got to give on Championship Monday.
Of course, Sebastian Gorsny, that Wimbledon junior doubles title, really having to shoulder the load with a poor doubles player in Alex Mickelson. Really not done much with his career over the last couple of years. As we move down to the 5 line, another one of the 5th years for Ohio State, Robert Cash against Louis Maxted for TCU.
It's a deciding point. I'm going to explain the history between these two in a moment, but there is history, Mike. I want to be clear. There is absolutely history between these two.
It's going to be taken on the deuce side here by Robert Cash. Miss long, and Maxted does get the hold for 1-all.
These two teams faced off 2022 National Indoor Semifinals, a match ultimately won by the TCU Horned Frogs. I can point you to the direct moment that match swung. 5-4, Robert Cash, love 40 lead in Louis Maxted's service game. He had 4 set points, 30-40. He had a forehand on top of the net, misses it in the net. Pro let out some unkind thoughts immediately afterwards because that was the shot. Cash never recovered from there. Maxted ultimately swings the match, wins the match. That's the 4th point to send TCU to the final. Now they get to play again with a National Indoor Championship on the line. If I remember it, I promise you Robert Cash does as well.
Let's move down to our final matchup of the day, and this is where Ohio State has seen a slew of points. Alex Bernard, sophomore, has been dominant, has only lost 7 games in 3 matches so far for the Buckeyes. Tomas Jirasek, I know you told me before this tournament began, you said this is where TCU could be make or break with Jirasek at the bottom of their lineup. As he goes, in some ways, TCU goes at times.
Yeah, very well said. And look, if Tomas Jirasek wins this matchup at 6, TCU's winning the national championship. I really do think that's the case because Alex Bernard at 6 is a joke. Like, this is another blue chip recruit, a guy who has been the guy in his class forever. Now, again, some might wonder, why is he playing 6 singles? It's because we're inside. It's because once we move outdoors, I promise you, he will ascend up the lineup. But at the 6th position so far this weekend, right now, probably the most outstanding player, best case for the Buckeyes, him or Robert Cash. Bernie, again, a must-have for Ohio State here down at doubles point.
Jirasek yesterday got a breadstick 6-1, 6-2 loss. It was really rough for him, so I'm interested to see his bounce back.
And it was his first stinker of the season. This guy clinched against Tennessee before the National Indoors. This is a guy who clinched the day before against Texas A&M. Just didn't have it yesterday. That happens, again, it's a 4-match weekend.
Let's go over to court 4 real quick if we can, as it is a quick deciding point in the Anthrop-Gorsny matchup.
And if we can, let's switch out court number 6 for court number 2. Cannon Kingsley is down 4 break points for a double break 3-love deficit.
Nowhere close there from Anthrop, and Gorsny adds to this lead for TCU right now. They've got a couple of break leads.
And again, I think we went to 2. Can we go to 1, bottom left of our screen? Court number 1, Cannon Kingsley trying to avoid a double break deficit. In fact, he has fought his way back to a deciding point. So let's actually put number 1 in our big screen. It's almost a must-have hold with how momentum has run here early.
Okay, so he does force that deciding point. See where Fernley takes it. Loading on the ad side. Well, it starts with that unreal return for Jake Fernley, and he adds to his lead. Jake Fernley quickly a 2-break edge here at the 1 line.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Let's go over to court number 4. Can Gorsny consolidate?
All right, so now let's put you into the big chair here, Mr. Gruskin. It is time for Alex's match calculus here, and let's go with the team trailing right now. Ohio State, they're going to need 4 of these singles wins. Where do those 4 singles wins come from?
I think 3 of them are fairly obvious. 3, 5, 6. It's been a recipe for them all weekend long. Certainly Robert Cash, Alex Bernard have provided 6 points through their 6 singles matches for these Ohio State Buckeyes. 3, 5, and 6, I think, have to be on the equation. Who is that 4th point? Only the tennis gods know, truthfully, because Kingsley, Fernley, again, it's an either-or match. Boulay, JPJ, you honestly might give the slight lean to Jack, and yet, if the senior is swinging well, if the first strike is landing indoors, Boulay can beat absolutely anybody in the country. I mean, 4, again, I'm not going to bet against the man they call the chosen one, Sebastian Gorsny. I think, and this is a key word, I think 2's the spot for that 4th point, but think is a key word. 3, 5, and 6 I feel better about. For 3 points, who is 4? Only the tennis gods may know.
Okay, so I've written that down. We'll keep an eye on that match calculus as we progress through this one. Yeah, a little bit of trouble here for Gorsny at 15:30.
I think court 5, court 3, if we could, as well, top left, excuse me.
It's the forehand that has let Jack Anthrop down over the last couple of minutes. It's one of the more delicate points you will watch at the 4 line here today.
I love his forehand. It reminds me technically of the J.J. Wolf forehand, the way he loads, the way he coils, springs through it. I think in the right shade of light in these Buckeyes uniforms might confuse the two. But I said this yesterday about Gorsny. I think he's at 10% of his ceiling. Like, this is a guy physically, and then the skill set he has on top of that, Mike. I think there's serious pro upside.
Oh, for sure. And on top of it, you can tell how extraordinarily motivated he is to get there as well.
For love Fernley at 1. He did it again, Mike.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. You anticipate a lot of very close matches here throughout this entire lineup, but yeah, seeing that happen at the 1 line is shocking.
You have to ask yourself mentally, the doubles point, he's the one broken at 4-5. Seems to have lingered.
All right, so we got a deciding point here in this Gorsny service game.
3 deciding points in 3 games.
Clearly on the ad side here is Anthrop. Beautiful touch and the break back for Ohio State. So one of those break leads now gone. We are on serve on 5 of the 6 courts here inside the Milstein Family Tennis Center. Head official Anthony Montero keeping an eye on things there, as this match could, of course, get heated at any point, I think. A lot of history between these two teams, and that can certainly bring that out.
Absolutely. It's the 6th time they've played in program histories. TCU 3-2 lead us. By the way, let's go over to court number 1 again. I want to keep 3 on the side. Can we swap out court number 4? I don't know, everything's good right now. Let's swap out 4 with 2. Let's just go back to our opening set here. But yeah, again, these two faced off in the national semifinal last year. NCAAs ultimately pretty decisive win for the Buckeyes. They took the doubles point and never let up from there, ultimately at the clinch 4-0.
How many of the matchups are the same?
It's a great question. I believe the answer is 0. And in fact, it is 0 of the same matchups. But now again, Maxted Cash played in 2022.
Yeah.
And Tracy and Vivez played in 2022 as well. Was an 0-2 win for Tracy. Just saying.
Well, it's a key game point here for Kingsley to be able to just take a breath. Keep an eye on Pennington there, left 30 at the 2 line.
Yeah, let's go. Let's put 2 in the big screen.
What's been really interesting about Pennington here throughout the last couple of days, he's just been so solid. You had him obviously here in doing the interview as well yesterday, but he is one of those guys when he's found this passion again down in Fort Worth, Texas for this particular game, but I think he really enjoys the team atmosphere of being at TCU.
No, it's very clear he's also emerged as the beating heart of this team. He has implored his teammates, let's be a little louder. Let's have some fun. Let's be passionate as we can afford to be at this level. By the way, let's make court 1 court number 6, please. It's really well done from Boulay, who can be so aggressive. But just to finish the thought on JPJ, I know last year there were some eligibility concerns surrounding can we get him eligible, a guy who had some extensive pro success before coming to college. One coach, the direct quote, he can stay nameless. Coach goes, I will die before I let JPJ become eligible. Can't afford to see the Horned Frogs add him to the roster. Well, coach is still alive, but JPJ is playing college tennis as well, and obviously a massive reason for these past 2 seasons of success.
Yeah, full-on commitment to that transition game at TCU shows it off there. 2 chances for Pennington to grab this break lead.
By the way, court 6, deciding point, Bernie serving down 1-2. I think that scoreboard's a hair behind here.
He's got it up the line. Another break for TCU, this time at the 2 line. Pennington leads 3-2.
Fantastic. You could not have scripted this better. We'll put 6 in the big screen. Actually, let's go to 3.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to 3. But if you're TCU, could you ask for more? You take a doubles point. You have the only 2 break set leads.
Yeah.
Can you, though, against these Ohio State Buckeyes? You can ask.
Vives actually has, a lot of different rankings that we use nowadays. He has the 4th highest UTR amongst collegiate players. A lot of that professional success that he had last summer and last fall contributing to that, of course. I'm interested in your thoughts on how we should. I have that idea of structuring rankings and different UTRs, college rankings. How do you think we should structure that?
I think I should get to pick. Just straight up. Let me decide. I will be the Thanos of this scenario. My word will be law. But I do sincerely believe pro results should factor into your college ranking. It's the same sport. If they're playing all fall, in no world should a Kingsley or or Fernley be in the 60s ever. Let's make court 6 court 5, please. Court 6 becomes court 5 as Robert Cash has breakpoint opportunities.
Comfortable hold there for Pedro Vives and what I think Alex would say is probably the swing match. Let's bring 5 into the main screen here for these break chances for Robert Cash. Second time already on the day as Cash, that left shoulder swinging wide open there, has break opportunities against Louis Maxted.
This is exactly how their matchup in Seattle went 2 years ago, though. Cash was leading in just about every Maxted service game.
Also one of the 2 locations where our benches can be, in the center and then here on this sideline here at court number 5. Terrific once again. That approach shot too good from Robert Cash. He grabs a break lead, the first one for the Ohio State Buckeyes at the 5 line. Let's go to court number 2, where it looks like Justin Boulay wants to join him with a break. It would be to get back on serve. 15:30 here. And now 15:43 looks
I do
for
want
Boulay.
To finish the thread, a thank you to Chris Helios reminding me NCAA rules it's illegal right now to factor in pro rankings into these college results. Just for those wondering why we don't. Well done. Let's make 5-1 as Fernley's 2 points away. Court 5 will become court 1 here. Also, can we make court 3, court 6 as Bernie is sniffing around a break as well.
That is pushed wide, so the break back here for Boulay. Well, let's go to court number 1. We're also going to be keeping an eye on court number 3, where Pedro Vives has break chances for TCU. But I think more importantly, Jake Fernley looking to put a set on the board.
Yeah, let's swap 2 and 3. You're absolutely right. Vives 3 break points.
So it's going to be a deciding point. Fernley's taking the majority of them here to this ad side. Looks like he'll stay there once again. That is a decent return off the net cord from Jake Fernley, finding that depth and on the line. So the first set is in the bag for TCU as Fernley takes it 6-1 as we go to court number 3 for those break chances with Pedro Vives.
And 1 has to become court 5 as guess who has break point chances right back? It's Louis Maxted. for TCU on that number 5 court. As we've alluded to, Louis Maxted has never lost an indoor match with the Horned Frogs logo on his chest. Doesn't plan on doing so today, as that pass right there sets up 3 break points. Clearly, whatever they're doing at Ohio State to teach the slice serve is working. I've seen a different JJ do that.
Does it incredibly well, and a very violent service motion that really allows for that slice to be so biting. Siding point, that's taking it on the outside. Great chances for Bernie up there, top left. Great chances for Maxted, bottom left. JJ Tracy coming up with the goods. He fights off the 3 break chances, gets it to 4-3 as we go over to court 6 for those Bernard break chances for Ohio State. 30-40, Jurasek serve. Woo. Closes it down 3-2. So Ohio State break lead at the 6 line. As we go over to court number 5, we're going to come in, I believe, to a deciding point. That's not bad. All right, so
now the deciding point coming up,
okay.
Indeed. I thought Andrew Luciana gave a very revealing quote in my pre-tournament interview with him. He said, look, Thai coaches, he says, play my way. That way you lose, I know it's on me. I know I made the wrong call. I think you saw that there with Tracy, that pushing forward. That was not his inclination all those years ago. Now, obviously.
So again, big picture cash. Bernard for Ohio State have break leads. Fernley with a set in the bag. Everything else on serve right now. That break back for Louis Maxted. We get back on serve at court number 5. So again,
quick 2, I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick 2, there's a deciding point coming up for Justin Boulay. He and Jack Pennington-Jones have just traded breaks, so let's do that. Here, we'll swap out 5 for 2. Apologies for interrupting you, Mike. Let's make 3-4, by the way, as Gorsney's knocking on a door in an Anthrop game as well.
For Pagard, just about a year off of his professional career. 5-time All-American for the Buckeyes. Medal specialist. And a deciding point here, as you can tell by this serve location.
That +1.
So Boulay maintains that presence out in front. We are on serve at 4-3 as we do go to court number 4. It's going to be 30-all as we hop in here on the Anthrop serve.
You justifiably make fun of me when I do this, but as a college tennis fan first, how exciting has this first hour, 20 minutes of play been? So tightly contested. Look at David Roditi, that smiling face.
That is some nerves right there.
Yeah.
Shifting around here, but 30-all. What a return. The leave, it misses just long. Decent adaptation there from Seb Gorsny.
It's the second time I've seen something like that. Cooper Williams did it day 1 against Michael Zhang of Columbia. These kids are practicing it now.
2 chances for Gorsny. The double fault will do it. So Gorzny back out in front here with a break lead 4-2 as we go over to court number 3 now. Vivez, after missing out on break chances in his service game, suddenly has some possibilities to face them. It's 30-all in his ensuing 3-4 service game.
And if we can we make court 2, court 4? I am curious to see if Gorzny can consolidate. Oh, I thought he almost snuck that in. Pedro Vivez, such steady aggression. Surprisingly so.
Yeah, no, I really just go back to it. I think he has been drastically helped by moving here to Columbia, and just, again, that it's measurable that it's slower here on these particular new courts at Columbia. And I just think he looks more comfortable with the speed. And does get it to 4-all. We've got break chances on court 4.
Let's make 3 court 5.
30, apologies.
Let's make 3 court 5, please, as well. Louis Maxted just broke back, but a little bit of trouble in his service game.
Break chances indeed now for Anthrop at left 40.
One first set in the books, pretty much on serve everywhere else. A lot of 4-alls on scoreboards. Louis Maxted, behave with that volley.
Boy, that's a hard cut of an angle from a volley, and Anthrop breaks to love. 4-3, back on serve at 4, as that one has gotten quite swingy.
Yeah, let's go to 2 here. Jack Pennington Jones, excuse me. A couple of Jacks out here today, but Jack Pennington Jones of TCU, the sophomore, 3-4 serving 40-30.
Yeah, I think a little bit late moving forward there from Pennington, not quite seeing that racket face open up early enough, and so it's going to be a deciding point here, and a pretty big one. Oh, what a huge break for Pennington, huh? 4-all now at the 2 line. Let's go down to court number 6. It looks like we're going to be popping in potentially here. It's 40-30.
That's what we're behind, yes. Deciding
so it
point
is a
coming
deciding
up.
point.
Thought Bernie called it wide. It was the flat palm. I apologize. So that's a hold for yours. That keeps it a single break deficit. Back to 4 on our screen. Gorzny's knocking on the door of another break. Maybe it's a Seb Gorzny thing. 4 breaks to start out his set in doubles. Now here in singles as well. Back and forth with Anthrop. We have to make court number 5. Court number 3, please, as Pedro Vivez has a 15-30 spot. Someone. No. Yep.
Yeah, cut the outside of the line.
It's been emphasized to me, Louis Maxted has lost one match inside. Someone ran the numbers, ran the stats. A match moved indoors. Lost to Tennessee's Angel Diaz.
Was that just a couple weeks ago?
2022, actually.
Oh, 2022.
Yeah,
okay.
So years ago. You did have to go check the stats book. The archives have been searched. Thank you, Chris Halioris, for the crack research.
Shank there from Gorsny to get us to 30 all.
You're our tactics guy. I don't understand the court positioning for Seb Gorsny.
Yeah.
It feels like it's defensive.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more cat and mouse today with Anthrop. I think he's just trying to use angles and depth a little bit more today. And try to find that feel of when to move in, when not to. It does make me think that he's been told that Anthrop likes pace. And so that's why he's using a lot of shape, would be my guess.
Let's go split screen if we can quickly. 2 and 4. TCU has break points. If they break, they'll serve for both sets. Break points, JPJ on 2. Break points here, Gorsny on 4. Well done, Justin Boulay. Well done as Cannon Kingsley's down a set and a break. 6-1, 2-love Fernley of TCU at 1. Let's go back to the split screen if we can. 2 and 4.
So it is a break there for Jack Pennington, finding that forehand inside the court. 5-4. He's going to serve for that set on the 2 line as we go inside this.
I believe the scoreboard's just behind it was an Anthrop hold 4-4
all.
all. So let's keep 4 in our big screen for now. Obviously, we'll keep Jack Pennington Jones in our life. Can we make court number 3, court 6? Alex Bernard 4-3 deuce. Tomas Jirasek, win or lose, what he's doing in this first set today, Mike, is all TCU could have asked for. Nothing easy for Bernie today.
Yeah, and he's such an odd style of play, Jirasek, that shape, heavier forehand, that flattened out backhand. It's a very awkward player to play against. And again, just to reiterate, that is actually a deciding point up there on court 6. Yeah, has to be a little bit better there from Jirasek. That's a tough inside-out ball out of him. And Bernard does get the hold, stays out in front, 5-3.
Let's put 2 in the big screen as Jack Pennington Jones serves for what would be just our second completed first set.
I don't think we mentioned it. Fernley's 2-love. Yeah. Setting a break for Jake Fernley at the 1 spot.
the only thing moving with any sort of pace. We have 4 all on 4 of 6 courts. That was our scenario. Come on now. Let's do a quick swap court 4 for court 3. Both Devin Bowen and Pedro Vivez are furious with a far sideline call made by JJ Tracy. Now, that's so far away from us, I'm not going to try and insinuate I know what happened one way or another, but a long conversation coming on 3. On the other end of it, JJ Tracy will have 3 set points.
Just good movement here from Pennington, pulling Boulay side to side here. 2 points away from the set. Arts 2 points away as well. So multiple spots where the Buckeyes have set points.
Go quickly to Tracy on 3. He's got the set point first.
There's one for the Buckeyes. Set on the board. 1 first set apiece at this stage.
We'll go 2 big screen, make 3-5, please. 5 all, Robert Cash serving love 30. Justin Boulay, so smart with the change of speed.
He has an opportunity here to level us at 5. Always risky to take that approach cross court like that. With the court positioning from Boulay, not nearly enough. So a set point, deciding point, break point upcoming here on 2. And it looks like Boulay is already committed to the outside. Return is missed, and another set for TCU. That makes it 2-1 in the first set count as we go over to court number 5. A pretty big, influential moment. 5 all, 30 all down there at the 5 line.
We'll swap out court 2 for court 4, where it's 5 all as well. But worth noting, Jake Fernley right now, triple break point for 6-1 for love.
That's unreal.
Head scratching stuff at that top spot. A testament to Fernley's pace, his talent, but can't have that if you're a Buckeye fan.
So that takes us to 6-5 at the 5 line as we go down to court number 6. See if Alexander Bernard is able to close out this first set at the 6 line.
It's irrelevant, but it'll bother me. A thank you to Woodson McMillan, who actually provided that Maxted stat. Chris Halliors, you did nothing. Thank you to you, Woodson. Slice wide first forehand. It's been the combo that separated him from every other 6.
I would guess he's been using it about 80% of the time on that ad side, and nobody's really taken it away from him.
Yeah.
At some point, you just have to make the adjustment, full commitment to try and take it away when you're just getting beat up like that. That forehand's doing a ton of work right now for Alex Bernard. 30-15 here. Absolutely. You're just giving him so much freedom there to decide unless you're able to make that return.
No one at 6 has enough weapons to hurt him to take that away.
For a righty, you have to take that backhand up the line, and
Yeah,
that's a tough ball to change directions when it's sliding that violently out wide, right?
Absolutely. Also, if you leave it too short, you're just giving him every inch of the court to work with.
And break chances now there on 4 for Anthrop. Feel like we've seen that a few times here. That lefty slider doing the work. Alex Bernard grabs another first set to Ohio State. Now 2 apiece in that regard.
Absolutely. And by the way, let's make court 6, court 1. 6-1-5 love Jake Fernley. I don't know how much longer we're going to have it. Jack Anthrop in the midst of a break point on 4. If we can slide that quickly into the big screen, no need. That backhand line means Jack Anthrop will serve for the opening set on 4 to make it a 3rd first set for the Buckeyes. 5 in the big screen, please. Robert Cash, 30 all in his 6-5 service game. Again, this is starting to feel like the swing match, Mike Cation. Been here before, if you're a fan of the history of this sport.
Feels inevitable that we're going to get to a couple of 3-setters here that will decide the outcome of this national championship. Back in, that is a heck of an effort out of Louis Maxted. The biggest moment to set up a game point for himself.
Oh my, that was great volley from Robert Cash. Sometimes good loses to great. That was great from Louis Maxted.
So it will indeed be a tiebreak down at the 5 line.
Four on the big screen. See if Anthrop can serve it out.
Again, 4 and 5, the only 2 first sets that have not yet been concluded. 2 first sets apiece, and we might actually have a match concluded here within the next couple of minutes with Jake Fernley.
TCU's up sets and breaks, by the way, at 1 and 2, where they won their first sets already.
Another one of those moments. You talked about it, Gorsny, just being, I don't want to say passive. That's not necessarily the right word, but there's a lot more shape and tactical stuff versus actually using that transition game that we kind of expect from him here today.
I would say reactive as opposed to proactive.
Another miss from Cannon Kingsley. That is match point right now for Jake Fernley. Do we want to move that over?
I think we do after that Gorsny miss. We have an order of operations. Match point over set point. It's match point Jake Fernley. They finish before the sets are done on 4 or 5. What a day for Jake Fernley, the senior. 6-1-6 love. It might be 2-0 TCU for another hour. That is jaw-droppingly stunning, Mike Cation.
Yeah, I will talk more about it here. Let's bring 4 over here to the big screen with these set points for Jack Anthrop. I am stunned by that outcome. What Jake Fernley has done the last 3 days now after missing out on that match point against Murphy Casson, not getting to play it out. That is,
and if we can, let's go split 4 and 5 right now. We'll get back to the others in a little bit. Let's go split screen 4 and 5. Well, evidently I missed the set point. I apologize. You blink and you miss it. So we'll go back to the triple box. 3 first sets to the Bucks for what it's worth. They do get 3, 4, and 6. Boy, is this important on 5. As by the way, let's make our side screens courts 2 and 3, please.
The first mini break goes to TCU here at the 5 line. It will do no worse than being level at the first turn. And he'll go into it with that mini break edge 4-2 for Maxted.
Set and break consolidated for JPJ on 2. Boy, has the sophomore been impressive. That match right beneath our broadcast booth. Every so often I hear a boom through my headset. I wonder what it is. It's him cracking a forehand down the line, changing direction. So impressive. But I think there's some weight on this first set on 5, Mike Cation.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. But yeah, pretty... listen, we were having a debate yesterday during the Ohio State-Virginia match about Cannon Kingsley's future, and I'm fully confirmed, he's a challenger level player right now. I think that's also saying something about Jake Fernley's ability right now and how emphatic he was able to get that one. he hasn't played necessarily as much at the challenger level. Maybe the opportunities are not necessarily there. Cannon Kingsley geographically has a couple in Columbus every year. Lexington's not very far away either. So just a little bit more opportunity. But I think Fernley's going to be inside that top 250 pretty quickly.
Also, 2 words, accelerator program. Huge for Cannon
No
Kingsley
doubt.
to be granted those additional challenger opportunities last year.
That is an unreal return from Maxted there off of the net court as well. To be able to find feet out of that is too good. So mini break lead once again, 5-3. Almost the same type of return for Maxted. He's got set points, 3 of them. Too good. What a clean tiebreak there from Louis Maxted. So that does make it 3 first sets apiece here between Ohio State and TCU. So first set's now fully complete. 1 match complete here in singles as well, as you see from that scoreline. But let's go to court number 2 here as Jack Pennington is trying to race out to another break lead. 15-30 moment for him on the returning side here.
This is identical to their 2022 National Indoor matchup. TCU takes doubles, 3 first sets. They ended up protecting all 3 of those leads. Buckeyes protected all 3 of their first sets as well, for what it's worth. I've seen this match before, Mike Cation. That's what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, trying to get out of that forehand to backhand combination. There is Jack Pennington, but Boulay comes up with the goods. It is 40-30.
We put court 4 top left, please.
All right, so that's a nice hold for Justin Boulay just to calm and right the ship as we go to court number 3. Pedro Vives down a set. 1 serve here.
Want to swap out
40-30.
2 with 6 as well. Jurasek is fighting his tail off down there. I'm thoroughly impressed. He's trailing on the scoreboard. Nothing's been easy for Alex Bernard.
But that is a break for Jack Anthrop. So there's a little bit of life for Ohio State there, setting a break lead at the 4 line.
And that goes long, so it's a break point, deciding point chance here for Tracy. Goes without saying, they got to get something in straight sets, something to build some momentum off of.
Those are break chances for Jurasek, up at 6. That's a break. TCU does have a break from Jurasek there. Impressive.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the call?
Oh, Vivez is irate. It was called good. Correction made. So it's a hold for 2-all on the serve, correct.
Okay.
Pedro Vivez. Something extra, I suppose.
He called that serve long?
Or wide?
Wow. Okay. If we can, let's put in 2 here at the big screen, because Jack Pennington with the break lead, but in some trouble here.
That Boulay almost found that pass is laughable. Speaks to the level across the board here. Could we put 4 back in our big screen? Gorsny and Anthrop. I have no feel for this match, Mike.
Okay.
None at all. Sure. So break point chances now coming for Seb Gorsny. Two years from now, this match will be at 1 singles. Right now, you can kind of tell. Maybe not.
I don't think Gorsny will be there in 2 years.
Fair enough.
They've already are restocking, I think, for that purpose. Obviously, Boulay with the break chances there as well on court 2. It really has been a fascinating match to watch because, again, I do feel like Gorsny's playing a much different style than he has the last couple of days, and it has to be tactical in what they're trying to do with Anthrop. But it's going to be a big deciding point here early in this second set.
And a couple of notes worth saying. You see Jurasek 3-love lead. Can we make court 6, court 3 as it's 30-all now for Tracy? Also, Robert Cash now up a break, though down a set on 5. Let's make court 2, court 5.
Well, that second serve has been like a lollipop all day long, and finally Gorzny does something with it. Huge return up the line to get back on serve early in set number 2 as we go over to court number 3. Again, this Tracy Vives matchup has been, they're both guys have had just slim opportunities throughout. It's Tracy now with a game point. Nothing too complex there for JJ Tracy as he does get that hold. Gets it to 3-2. We are midway through the second set on that one. Let's now go down to court number 6 for a minute or two and check out what's happening here as Alexander Bernard is on the wrong end of it. He has lost as many games today as he did the previous 3 days, despite having a set in the bag for him here.
Stunning. Really is. And you felt like this had to be a quick win for the Buckeyes, even if they had taken the doubles point. I think it's fair to say Fernley on 1 for TCU did to Kingsley what we thought Bernie might do here on 6.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Yeah.
Love 30 now.
I would also point out head coach David Roditi has been firmly planted in between courts 4 and 6 the entirety of this match. Now, part of that is pre-match planning. But I think he senses, man, if we can just linger here as that net court bounces back on Jurasek's side, we can put the Buckeyes under some serious pressure. Though I say we because I'm assuming the mindset of David Roditi there.
All right, a little wider there. Yeah, so listen, that's exactly what needs to happen there from Jurasek, right? Just standing not only a little bit wider, but also inside that baseline, so he's taking away angle, right? So there it results in a double fault here, just to, again, show this completely different look and really step into it and just say, listen, you're going to have to beat me another way right now. Results in some break chances here. Pretty good pickup. So again, did you notice that the return position was different, right? He was going back to a more traditional to respect a first serve up the tee, and that's what happens. And so no doubt he'll take this on the deuce side.
Deuce point hold for Robert Cash to extend his lead to 2-love on 5. Again, a must-have. Buckeyes will need at least one deciding set victory already here today. There to pull off the comeback. Bernie forces a deuce point on 6.
So let's go, if we can, bring 4 in. This is a break chance for Jack Anthrop. 4 on the big screen here. That's going to make it 3 straight breaks here on court number 4 to start the second set as Anthrop out in front here at 2-1 as we go to court number 3. Now it's JJ Tracy with a look for the Buckeyes in the Vives service game. 2-3 as we bring you inside court number 3. It'll be 15-30 now. Well, that is quite ordinary for Pedro Vives, and 3 chances upcoming for Tracy. Missed out on some in the last Vives service game.
Double break chance. 4 looks for Robert Cash on 5. That's bottom left.
Well, that's a curler. That's a curler for Pedro Vives to set up a deciding point. Quite a hold. Vives and Tracy have been, again, lots of opportunity in this seconds that nobody can separate themselves. 3-all. Let's bring in court number 5.
Now double break. He got it.
He did get it. Okay.
Yeah. So let's make court 5, court 2, please. Court 5, court 2. Justin Boulay, a little bit of momentum down there. Was down an early break here in the second set. Well done by JJ Tracy. Just worth noting, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Mike Cation, 2-0 TCU. They get a deciding double set, 6-4 at the 2 spot. Jake Fernley, their senior leader, the #1 singles position, 6-1, 6-love, 45 minutes over Cannon Kingsley. They're going to be sitting on this 2-love lead, it feels, for quite some time, Mike.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be another 2 hours before we get to a finish here. There are going to be multiple 3-setters upcoming. It feels like nothing else is really close to a finish. This is about as close to a finish as we have here.
And let's do a quick do-si-do. Court 6 in the big screen, please. Alex Bernard was knocking on the door of a love 4 deficit. Instead, he has breakpoint chances to level this set, or at least get back on serve. Excuse me, not level, but back on serve.
And Westhoff, I'll ask for 3 to be switched with 4, as we will have break chances upcoming here for Seb Gorsny, at the 4 line for TCU.
Deuce point coming up on 2 as well. Deuce point on 6. Break points Gorsny on 4. 2 hours now into this match. It has consistently delivered.
What a close from Pennington. Keeps level there, 3-all.
Ridiculous. Tomas Jurasek, where did you find that angle?
So a deciding point upcoming now. Let's move 4 into the big screen. Again, a deciding point. This has been 3 breaks so far to start this set at 4. Well, it's another shank from Gorsny off that forehand side. So this time Anthrop is able to separate himself, consolidating 3-1 now here in the second set. So that is Ohio State's clearest path to a first point.
Yeah.
There's also a realistic shot that we could be at 2-2 within the next 15 minutes or so, with Ohio State at 3 and at 4.
Absolutely. And so let's go court number 2 in our big screen. It's just been really good tennis. Jack Pennington-Jones, Justin Boulay. First strike. So pivotal so far. Huh.
A little bit back there, so an opening for Pennington, and we're at one of these stages right now, Alex, where you essentially on 2, 3, and 4 kind of have races to see who's going to be able to close things out. TCU at 2, 3, and 4 for Ohio State, and what that can mean for the team component here, right, is massive.
No, because Yurisek's got the 4-1 lead on 6 in the second, down to first. Cash up 4-love in the second, down to first. Let's make court 6, court 3, as a matter of fact. I think that is absolutely where we need to watch these next 15 minutes. A 4th straight year these two teams have played in a national event. 2021, TCU knocking out Ohio State NCAA round of 16. 2022, TCU a win in the national indoor semis. Last year, again, it was NCAA semifinal, a win for the Buckeyes. 6th time these programs go head-to-head in their 2 histories.
So yeah, big spot right now here for TCU, with 3 chances for Pennington at the 2 line. Might have been available. Crowded himself just a little bit on that sprint to a backhand pass. 30-40 now.
5-love cash on 5.
Anthrop with these break chances as well. Gets away from Boulay. This match might as well. Now Pennington firmly in control at the 2 line. Let's flip 2 and 4 right now, as Anthrop will bring in these break chances to maybe salt this match away. Absolutely. He's got it. Jack Anthrop, 2 break edge. So a set and 2 breaks. So you start to maybe pencil that one in for Ohio State to put them on the board. Let's go to 3 and flip these to court number 3 right now. JJ Tracy.
Hand up, by the way. Scoreboard error. They switched it 4-1. Max that did hold. Still down a double break, though, in that second set. Oof. Tracy senses the significance of getting off the court in straights. Who says the serve and volley's dead? Well played by Pedro Vivez. Game point chances.
Oh, looks like the first time the roof has come
all
into
weekend.
Play here. All weekend, yeah. Here at Columbia. So Vivez does get that hold to 4-all. Let's go to court 2 right now, where Jack Pennington will flip these two courts. And again, we'll keep you updated on 5 and 6. There's separation and potential for third sets on both 5 and 6 right now. Smart play there from Pennington just to find that back behind Boulay and gain points for him.
By the way, 10,000-foot view. If you're an Ohio State fan, yeah, the scoreboard seems a little scary, but if you're telling me it comes down to third sets at 5 and 6, the two spots where the Buckeyes are 3-0 through 3 matches this weekend, I'm not saying you want to be down 3-2 with that on the line, but you're not panicking.
That's why that 3 line is so incredibly important right now. Tracy and Vivez.
Absolutely.
Pennington, if he does win this singles match, he will be, of course, undefeated on the singles side for the weekend.
All tournament team selection unequivocally at 2. Yes, sir. 5-3 he holds. By the way, Jake Fernley probably pen him into that all tournament team for singles position as well. He's the one singles match off the board. 6-1-6 love.
Yeah, his singles will end with 3-0 plus a match point in his other matchup.
3-0-1, but literally some contorting on that tie.
Yikes, not even close to the court there from Boulay. Sarcastic thumbs up to himself at love 15. That Anthrop score here in the second set is also pretty surprising to me, 5-1. Especially with the fact that Gorsny has been so dominant himself here. Looks like he's going to be suffering his first loss of the season, is Gorsny. One of the best points of the day, won by Justin Boulay, back against the wall. It's 15-all.
And I apologize, it's not on our stream. Tomas Jurasek just found some sort of angle. Little backhand flick. He just held for 5-2 in that second set, so it does look like we're headed 3 on court number 6. 5-1 lead for Cash on court number 5 as well. Mike Cation, I'm looking at my notes. Last 4-3 match in a national indoor final on the men's side, 2016 North Carolina over Virginia. Just for those curious at home, that was the Schneider over Ty, Schnur over Ryan Shane drama that I know people like me will never forget.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from Boulay. And yeah, you always want to see how your players react in some of these big moments, especially when your back is against the wall, especially after that double fault on the first point of this game. Really good, strong bounce back points here from Boulay to get to 30-15.
On this changeover, let's just make court 4, court 5 here quickly. Cash 3 points away from forcing a third.
That's a great hold from Boulay, so it does force the issue. Pennington will be serving for it. We've also, of course, got Jack Anthrop serving for it.
So let's make court 5 back to court 4. They are out of the changeover. I apologize there. Meant to keep my eye on it. Cash 2 points away from the set, but serving for the match slightly more.
Again, just kind of putting it in perspective here. Obviously 2-0, but 5 and 6 both at this stage look headed to a third.
Yeah.
That's why we're focusing on these 3 courts where things could end within the next couple of minutes. Well, that's a bad miss for Vives considering the moment. So Tracy's within 2 points here. If we can, Daniel, can we switch 4 and 3? 3 has a lot more import right now. It is the biggest moment here. It's match point for the Buckeyes. On 2 different lines, courts 4 and 3. So there you go, Anthrop gets Ohio State on the board first. 2-1 in favor of the Horned Frogs for the moment. And just like that, we're tied. JJ Tracy, 4 and 4 over Pedro Vives. Let's move court 2 right now into the big screen. Tied at 2, and at the 2 line, Jack Pennington for TCU is trying to close things out. So big wins for Ohio State at the 3 and the 4 lines.
We should keep 5 and 6 on the sides because Jurasek serving for his second set. Robert Cash doing the exact same on 5.
And on top of it, the fact that we are down to 3 matches here.
First time in 2 hours Buckeyes have had momentum.
And with that miss from Pennington, it is getting quite loud in here as Boulay has picked up some energy from those 2 wins at 3 and 4. It's a really interesting decision to go run around there from Pennington that far deep into the court. Doesn't get the shape necessary. So Boulay has chances to level us. It's again a runaround decision there, this time from Boulay that lets him down. That ball gets right into that left shoulder. So deciding point, match point, break point. What a way to finish from Jack Pennington-Jones. The forehand finds the finish, and TCU gets themselves back out in front. 3-2 for the Horned Frogs.
He was excellent today at the number 2 spot. Not a single moment where JPJ did not execute. They call him Captain Jack for a reason. 3-2 Horned Frogs. 2 matches to go. We go to the split screen for a set point Jurasek.
And a set point for Cash as well.
Opposite ends of the building. Simply sensational.
So it is Jurasek who does find a third set on 6. Now official there.
So we go 4-5, then deuce point, set point coming up. It's a 2-5 deficit. It's a single break deficit.
It is actually 2 breaks.
Oh, serving marker's wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hand up, but an understandable error.
Yes.
I'll call that one forced.
Well. Louis Maxted does grab one of them back. Again, yeah, long way to go here, both of these matchups. But yeah, 5-3 now. Maxted extending the second. They are just about to resume play on court number 6. No bathroom breaks, just a re-grip break for Jurasek.
And if we can, 3-2 TCU. We'll get that scoreboard updated after the JPJ win.
Again, just to reset for these 2 particular matchups here at the 5 spot, it's Robert Cash, one of the 5th-year seniors for Ohio State. Louis Maxted, the junior from England. Cash from that home state, Ohio. Maxted coming in 59 in the Tennis Point ITA rankings.
Come on.
As Alex brought up earlier, these 2 with history from a couple years back. Third set now underway here. Jurasek and Bernard.
Worth noting that Louis Maxted one-hander on a week where there are no one-handed backhands in the ATP top 10 for the first time in a long time. Louis Maxted still makes it look real good.
That did miss from Jurasek to get us to 30-15 there. As you can obviously tell from these 2 particular visuals for you, we're at the 2 far ends of these courts inside the Milstein Family Tennis Center. So these fan bases, these teams are split. That's a great volley with depth there from that particular spot from Maxted. Such a hard ball to come up with. Incredible defensive work there from Jurasek, my word. Yeah, so these 30-all moments, and we've seen Jurasek, one of the big keys, adjusting the return position in that second set, specifically on that ad side. Well, Maxted has forced the issue there. Well done. I would love to see Bernard transition just a little bit more. I think he has that capability of doing so.
Absolutely. Especially when he gets Jurasek jammed deep in that backhand corner, right? You just feel like a little less flexible, fluid for Tomas out of there.
Well done. That's what has been the bread and butter throughout the last several days for Bernard. First set that he has lost here on the weekend. 10 games lost today for Bernard versus 7 for the last 3 days. Jurasek, fifth-year senior from the Czech Republic. Bernard, the sophomore from Florida. Ty Tucker walking into your living room there. Just these 2 matches remaining. Great to be with you here, Mike Cation. Alex Gruskin here, 5 and 6. This is where Ohio State has been dominant throughout this weekend. And it comes down to these 2 particular spots in the lineup for them. Have to win both.
Not just dominant, 6-0. 6-0, that's the most wins they could have had through 3 days of play. If you are an Ohio State fan, are you nervous? Of course. This is about the best you could have asked for against this Horned Frogs roster. It's down a doubles point, still very alive 2.5 hours in.
How tight is Robert Cash right now? That's what we will find out as he serves for the second time for the second set, 5-4.
How well is he passed today?
My word.
The forehand cross, the backhand line, the lob, all the things, all the spots.
Well, Max has passed him again. And just like that 15-30 opportunity here for TCU.
Come on, Robert Cash. 2 passes for Max, then 2 unreturned serves for Cash.
At that point, he'll have 2 looks. It's going to come down to deciding sets at both 5 and 6 as Robert Cash survives that late push from Louis Maxted and takes set number 2, 6-4. Decider upcoming on 5.
4 unreturned first serves from Robert Cash. You asked at the start of the game, how nervous is Robert Cash feeling? Well, he just showed us he's just fine. We get the third sets we deserve, quite frankly, at each of these spots. So competitive from the start. You having fun yet, Mike?
Yeah, so this has gone from 40-love to 40-30 in a hurry, and I think it's fun for all these fans, no doubt. And it is packed here inside the Milstein Family Tennis Center, which is always so great to see when you have two teams coming from different parts of the country. And yeah, these two teams do travel quite well. Testing now 40-30. Oh, it's lovely. And Jurasek, you could see how uncomfortable he was moving forward there. Just that step back instead of moving forward to cut off an angle there. And it's, yeah, suddenly it's a deciding point. The scoreboard is just a couple points behind right now. This is a deciding point.
To find that angle.
But he had time, though, Alex. He had plenty of time.
Yeah.
Boy, that is a sweaty moment for Jurasek. Those volleys look far from comfortable. I mean, you give him a middle of the court forehand, right? That has to be dealt with. So, yeah, sweaty hold for Jurasek, to say the least, as we do go back to our two-box here. As the third set now underway for Maxted and Cash.
Wasn't exactly dry off the racket of Alex Bernard either. Did you see that chip return off of that second serve landed inside the inner half of the box? He had all time to work
with it, though. He's not really afraid of the fact that Jurasek, when he moves forward, is just not comfortable, doesn't have a transition game really available to him all that often. That's an absurd angle from Jurasek off the hot backhand to get us here to love 15.
Did it flat as well. That wasn't the top spin edge outside the ball. No, he just hit through that one so beautifully. And I'm not going to say the match was over if Jurasek got broken there, but oh my goodness, the confidence that hold provides.
And has plenty of time and takes a full rip on that backhand wing. Massive momentum shift here. Can Jurasek take advantage at love 30?
Everything good? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Official confirms the wide call. Kind of blended into the back curtain there, but you might see on that far sideline, we do have officials on each of these courts.
It lands good, and Tomas Jiroszek has first blood here in set number 3. The Horned Frogs lead at the 6 line is 2-1.
Wow. The way he has flattened out that backhand in particular, I guess it's always flattened out, but how aggressively he's decided to hit it to start the third. As Maxted, one love, he held opening service game on court number 5. So again, we'll bring you back to our playing angle. Scoreboard is now up and running on there as well. Alex Gruskin, Mike Cation, doubles point to TCU. They get straight set wins at the 1 and 2 spots. Just a great day for Fernley and Pennington Jones, who also clinched that doubles point on the number 2 doubles position. But Buckeye's going to buck. And it was JJ Tracy, Jack Anthrop, straight set wins at 3 and 4, third sets on 5 and 6 to determine our 2024 National Indoor Champion.
So Maxted, as he did in the last cash service game, starts at love 15. And these are the fans down, and teams rather, down on court number 3, keeping an eye on 5. That's how we are. We're split. Ohio State definitely has more players on the roster who did make the trip from Columbus. So they have, looks like 5 down on court 3 and then 6 down on court 4. So they're equally split.
Stearns, Fuchs, Karpiko, Yakubov all making the trip.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely getting a lot of opportunities to move forward as Jiroszek, and we do know that obviously the game score, the within-game score, not quite populating there for Maxted and Cash. We are working on that. We'll try to get it up and running for you. I can tell you, though, 30-15 right now on the Cash serve, 30-15. So again, a lost opportunity there, right? When we talk about transition game, it is more so the willingness when you have the opportunity. Jiroszek is being drawn in, but that's a moment where that forehand and the angles he explores there, he has to exploit that. He has to be willing to move forward and take that ball from the net. But that's it. That's the ball. I mean, this is obviously off the backhand time, this side this time. But listen, in some of these pressure spots, you have to test how Bernard's going to come up with that backhand on the move. We talked about that dipping passing shot earlier, but the one that is tested is when he's doing it on the full sprint, right?
No, absolutely. And I do think tactically 6 is the more confounding matchup. It is worth noting on 5, you know exactly what Robert Cash wants to do. Hit the big first serve, hit the big first forehand, move forward, did exactly that to hold for 1-all.
That's going to be a couple of break chances for Bernard to get it right back. He'll have 2 looks.
Another pass for Louis. Come on now. Cash says, I see you coming.
Successful once again. And Bernard hits the ground to boot. So Jurczyk forcing the deciding point.
Oh no, air mails the overhead. So Robert Cash, 3 early break points on 5.
Breaks the bound for the Buckeyes. They grab them on both 5 and 6. Level on 6. Up a break now are the Buckeyes on 5. Big momentum shift here at Columbia University.
See, again, they have assembled over the fence line here at 6. Let's go full screen 2 at Robert Cash. Up that break. Full screen 2-all now back on serve.
Yeah, so a couple of missed overheads here that have gotten away from, first it was Maxted, now here Bernard.
They're back out of the chair on 5 as well, so let's go back to the split screen.
I mean, it's typical righty-lefty stuff right now, isn't it?
No,
Whoever's
absolutely.
able to find the forehand a little bit more at this 6th line. I'm interested in your thoughts. The majority of the TCU team is actually down here with Juroshek versus Louis Maxted, and why do you think that is?
I think it's just about, again, the challenge in front of Juroshek. This is a guy who's dealt with injuries pretty much on and off for 4 consecutive seasons, has never been at his healthiest. Certainly he played a clinching moment like this against Tennessee earlier in the season, but I think that's, again, there was a sense up the early break, some energy here on 6. Maybe that's a tactical decision from the coaches as well. I mean, it is all Robert Cash right now at 5. Aggressive, momentum, energy, noise. Margin for Maxted so thin right now. It just feels like if he can't find it on the return of serve, he's lost the point.
Forehand down from Bernard, getting us to 30 game point for him. Looking for his first lead here.
Buckeyes holding both spots, 5-6. So 3-2 on serve on 6, but that's 2 straight, obviously, for Bernard. Cash consolidates his break lead. Make it 4-5. Head coach Ty Tucker's positioned himself now to Robert Cash's court. You just have to ask how many times can Louis Maxted dig his way out of the outer thirds in this 3rd set. Robert Cash, the pathway for him is just so much more straightforward. The tactics so much more clear. See forehand, hit forehand big, get in behind it. 3-2, obviously Bernie leads that scoreboard. Will refresh here in a moment. Double fault from Max that he's lost the plot. It is all momentum to Robert Cash on 5:30 all there. A double break would just be killer. All right, we got to go back to court 5. As you see, Louis Maxted love 30 now in the Robert Cash service game. Obviously, Tomas Jurasek needs a hold here. Otherwise, it's all Bernie momentum on 6. How willing is Jurasek to continue to push forward, be brave, be bold? Yeah, that's brave and bold. It's a must-have hold for Tomas Jurasek. 3 all on 6, and David Roditi, you might have seen it, he pointed to his bench. You guys need to get loud right now. Now, weird mid-court volley from Jurasek, stuck in no man's land. Bernie gets away with a loose approach. Meanwhile, if Robert Cash does win this match in 3, remember that forehand pass. Yeah, who wants to hit backhands less on court 5? Neither Maxted nor Cash. I should say both looking to dictate with that forehand. It is break points Maxted to level things on 5. And if it's 3 all on both courts, I need a double with ice.
With a great serve. I'm really curious as to where Maxted's going to take this deciding point. He's made the decision already. It's deuce side. That'll work. That's a hold for Bernard there. Let's see if Cash can match. Indeed he does. Another big swing for the Buckeyes here late. Break lead down there on 5. On serve now on 6. But the scoreboard pressure on TCU down there on 6.
He was there. Guides it just wide, but it's a testament to the Buckeyes. They were down 2-0 for about 2 hours. Jake Fernley feels like it was 2 days ago.
It's almost like Fernley finished too fast.
Yes. Some scholars would argue maybe. Who love TCU? Pennington Jones, a straight set win at 2 to make 3 on the board for TCU, but Tracy Anthrop, straight set wins at 3 and 4.
Off balance swing for Max. A great pressure there from Cash, and a little bit more of a change in pattern there as well. Uh-oh. Double fault off the racket of Yurashek. Another successful pass for Max that we have to go full to 6. Well, they dropped just 7 games heading into today's final. Now Alexander Bernard, break point chances to let himself serve for the match. It's a Bernie break. The Buckeye sophomore will serve to level this match at 3. Robert Cash up a break 4-3 in the third on 5. For the first time today, can we say you'd rather be Ohio State? Maybe, just maybe. Let's go back to the split screen, please. Louis Maxted had breakpoint chances in Cash's last service game. Has to find something here fast. Cash stays the course. Well, you just know exactly what Robert Cash wants to do.
It's both burden and blessing. If you're Louis Maxted, you know what you have to execute, but you are going to face so much pressure as Cash continues to move forward, continues to be the aggressor. Can Maxted continue to find these passes? The backhand slice floats in for Robert Cash. 30 all on 5, 30 all on 6. Oh, the pass is good. Match points, Bernie. And for the first time since 2016, it will be a 4-3 finish in our National Indoor Final. Alexander Bernard, a perfect 4-0 weekend. 6-4, 3-6, 6-3, back to 5. Ohio State was down 2-love for about an hour and a half here today. You would rather be the Buckeyes, no doubt. Just listen to the crowd here at the Milstein Family Tennis Center. Buckeye Nation is ready to burst. 15-30.
It floats wide. 3 match points. No, excuse me, 2 match points on the racket of Robert Cash. Cash rules everything around me. Robert Cash delivers National Indoor Championship number 3 for the Ohio State men's tennis program. This is a match we will be talking about for years to come. You see, head coach Ty Tucker, he's offering his handshake. His team is celebrating in dramatic fashion. The Ohio State Buckeyes, your 2024 National Indoor Champions. When this sport is good, it is better than anything else. And today was just one of those days in the college tennis universe. Ohio State, 3 different times this weekend, 3 different times from a doubles point down over Alabama, over Harvard, and now over the TCU Horned Frogs. Robert Cash, have yourself a day, young man. This sport delivers. When it's good, it's not just good, it's the best. And for Robert Cash in particular, we alluded to this earlier, a young man who 2 years ago lost the swing match to these Horned Frogs in the National Indoor Semifinal. Not the case today. Ohio State, 2024 National Indoor Champions. I need a drink. Are you serious? What an ending to what was just an outstanding 2024 indoors. And look, we'll have the trophy presentation coming up. You see they're getting set up. A thank you to Mike Cation for all he has done, Archit Suresh, to help facilitate our coverage here. But said it a couple of days ago. I'll say it again. Cash rules everything around me. Robert Cash. 4-3 Buckeyes. Let's update that scoreboard, Westhoff. Simply sensational from Ohio State. So impressive. Veterans guile, all the adjectives. And look, it's a heartbreaker. There's no doubt for TCU. Horned Frogs Nation going to feel that loss. Obviously, Jake Fernley, Jack Pennington-Jones, we will remember their performances. They did just about everything correct today. Straight set wins at 1 and 2 after TCU took the doubles point, but we talked about it at the start of the season. We'll say it again here now. The depth of these Ohio State Buckeyes. And you hear a "Let's go Robert" chant breaking out. That's your most outstanding player. Earns clinching victories for Ohio State on days 1 and 2. Now a clinch to remember forever. There's one reason the 5th year came back. It's for a moment like this, an opportunity like this. You see our officials lined up on court 1. They're trying to get our cameras set. Obviously, again, you can see on the sidelines right now, heartbreak on the faces of these TCU Horned Frogs. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. To see a national indoor winning streak snapped at 11 matches. Again, they were a point away.
1-1-1-1-1.
As you hear mic tests, mic checks in our audio.
That seems to be a good thing. Should mean that we'll have audio up here shortly for our trophy presentation, but that's going to hurt. And again, man, were these Buckeyes good today. A doubles point down, 2 love down after Jake Fernley, 6-1-6 love in maybe 30 minutes. Absolutely sensational from Ohio State. Some of you out there are going to say, well, it doesn't matter till May. No, that's ridiculous. That's BS. I don't accept that premise. You're telling me they didn't just earn a national championship? If you want to say inside versus outside, fine. That's a completely different discussion. But that national title has as much gravitas, as much weight as any. Simply sensational. As we have players now lining up here on court number 1. I see the Buckeyes working their way over. I know the TCU Horned Frogs slowly but surely working their way over as well. I mean, again, what a moment. What an event. What a championship match. Ohio State, for the 3rd time in program history, your national indoor champions, thoroughly deserve it. You'll hear the round of applause across the board, Horned Frogs Nation, Buckeye Nation, everyone who came here to celebrate their players. But as you see now on court number 1.
Welcome to the award ceremony.
PA is now
First, I'd like to invite everyone
ceremony.
to give both TCU and Ohio State a round of applause for an incredibly hard-fought weekend and a great championship match.
I really appreciate it.
Now I'd like to introduce Columbia Director of Athletics, Peter Pilling, to give a few words.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to both teams for an incredible tournament. I also want to thank our facilities and operational staff for a great job running this event, for Howie Engelman, our men's tennis coach, for having the vision to put this event on. We're grateful for Philip and Cheryl Milstein for building this building, and it's an honor for us and a privilege for us to host the ITA National Indoors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Now I'd like to introduce ITA Senior Director of Championships, Corey Brooks, to say a few words.
Forgive me for not making eye contact with you. I guess we're here. On behalf of the ITA, I want to thank Columbia University for hosting this event. Peter, Jackie, Dave, you guys knocked it out of the park. We couldn't be more thankful for you guys having us here this week. So thank you very much. We also want to thank our ITA officiating staff led by Anthony Montero and Richard Rogers. You guys were fantastic all week and what is otherwise a thankless job. So thank you all. And last but not least, our ITA staff led by Cody Johnson and the rest of the crew. These guys work on this event literally for months leading up to February, and you guys were fantastic. Thank you so much.
At this time, I'd like to ask TCU head coach David Roditi to step forward and accept the 2024 ITA Division I National Men's Team Indoor Championship Finalist Trophy.
Well, I want to, first of all, congratulate Ohio State, Ty, Michael, Justin. Congratulations. Awesome week for you guys. I want to echo thanking the University of Columbia, the ITA, the referees, everyone for putting such a good event. This is the best college event, in my opinion, of the year. This is our our championship. They do such a good job, and it means so much to everybody. Beautiful facility. Just want to say thank you. It was an honor for us to be part of this. Obviously, we wish we had the other trophy. It looks a little bigger. Not that bigger is better, but I do want to talk to our team and just tell you guys how proud I am as your coach. You guys left it all on the court. You're going to get another shot, maybe this year. There's another one coming in May. Just bottom of my heart, proud of you guys. And to our staff, Johnny, Max, you guys do so much work so that we get to coach and these guys get to play. Thank you so much. And our fans, our administration, you came all the way from Texas. Thank you. I see a lot of purple out there. Really proud to be a Frog. Thank you very much. Go Frogs.
Thank you. Now I'd ask Ohio State's Ty Tucker, Director of Tennis, to step forward and accept the 2024 ITA Division I National Team Indoor Championship Trophy. Congratulations to Ohio State, your 2024 ITA Division I National Men's Team Indoor Champions.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Columbia for putting on a quality event. We were fortunate. TCU didn't get to spend 4 days here, but we got to spend 4 days here playing. And I think it probably hurt TCU a little bit not to get 12 or 13 hours before this match in. TCU is always a tough team. I mean, they talk about us knocking at the door. I think they were going for the third straight national championship today, third straight national indoor championship. They're always in the Final Four. They're up at one in the country, it seems like every year for a portion of it. And Coach Roditi does a great job. And as you saw today, you know, put our backs against the wall, and my guys came out fighting hard, and I appreciate everything they do. I try to make it tough on them day in and day out. I got a little carried away in the doubles point today, and you know, let that slip away. Got a little emotional, but my guys pulled me through, and I've got great fighters, and appreciate everything you do. But Saturday, Notre Dame wants some. We'll be at South Bend, so you guys can enjoy it for a minute, but we got to get ready to go. To the parents of all the players that came out, we couldn't do it without you. I hope you know my main goal is to protect the investment of the time, energy, and money you put into your child's game and try to make you proud of their tennis and proud of the education. But we couldn't do it without you guys. You guys show up all the time. You cheer the Buckeyes. We are OHIO everywhere. And, you know, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Torp, Crow, I mean, you guys put together unbelievable lineups. You show up 7 days a week to go to work. You're looking at me like, can we have a day off? But I don't think you guys want a day off. So I keep coming. You guys keep showing up, and the team keeps battling. So I appreciate everything. And I think that's about it. Mr. Penner, thanks for showing up. But to Columbia again, thank you very much for the 5 days. It was great. And now we've got to try and get back to Columbus on 5 different airplanes. So we got to roll. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 2024 ITA Division I for their participation in this year's event. See you next time.
Well, that'll do it for our trophy presentation. Do stick with us for a moment, folks. Buckeye's going to take a quick photo. Then I'm hoping to be joined by our clinching player. Yes, we spoke to him earlier, but how can we not talk to Robert Cash about a moment like this? I'm sure, again, sounds according to Ty Tucker like the Buckeyes got a plane to catch. We all do. I think we're going to be able to afford to do a little media session as well as, again, camera coming out. Let's go. Come on. Let's get this photo moving along. Again, a thank you sincerely. Just want to echo the sentiments of Ty, Coach Roditi. This Columbia facility is second to none. Philip and Cheryl Milstein Family Tennis Center is a must-hit destination for tennis fans across the country, sincerely. 6 indoors, state of the art, still smells new in here. 6 outdoor cameras on the roof as well. A beautiful facility, worthy of a once-in-a-generation event, right? Once in a generation, once a season, excuse me. Doesn't get better than that. We got a lot of photos to take. So here come the Buckeye parents ascending onto the court. Again, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to steal Robert Cash, speak with him for a moment. We didn't have a single 4-3 match until we did, right? Not one on day 1, 2, 3 in our main draw play. Day 4, championship match, 4-3. First time since 2016. Again, what a weekend. What an event. It's my favorite. To echo Coach Roditi as well, I think it is the finest championship we have in college tennis. I understand field's not as big, 60 versus 64, 61 technically versus 64, national indoors versus NCAAs, but look at the smiles on the faces of these players. If you could see them, you would know just how ecstatic they are. And there you go. Now you can see the faces. Buckeyes, your 2024 national indoor champions. Of course, I got a couple of people to thank. Starts with Howard Endelman. Again, the Columbia staff, everyone here. I think I'm 10 pounds up simply because they fed us so well each and every day. A massive, massive shout out, of course, as well to the ITA staff. Tim Russell, Corey Brooks, Cody Johnson, Liz, Josh, Zach. They've been so kind to our CR team these past few weeks. By the way, Robert Cash is running up. Thank you to all of you who tuned in as well. You can try trolling in the YouTube comments all you want. Sticks and stones, my friends. You all know how the expression goes. More than anything, I'm just honored to have the opportunity to be broadcasting these matches. You might hear the DAP. He's about to join me in the broadcast booth. So we get set now for our final interview, final moment of these 2024 National Indoor Championships. There is no one you would rather speak with than the man who clinched our 4-3 victory for Ohio State. You see the smile on his face. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Robert Cash, National Indoor Champion. Talk me through that third set. What's going through your mind as you clinch?
First of all, it's so great to be on the side of winning things. We've been close so many times, and it's the best feeling, honestly. I mean, in that third set, I saw it's just Alex Bernard and I on the court, and there's no one I trust more than that guy at 6. So I know for a fact he's coming out with the win. I know for a fact he's leaving everything he has out there, and I just got to do my thing. I mean, we practice tight situations and practice all the time. I know I just got to focus, stick to the game plan, listen to the coaches, and man, I'm just so excited, so happy for our guys. It's the best feeling.
No, it was awesome to see. And look, you talk about Alex Bernard. That's not just the guy who was out there with you at the end in singles. That was your doubles partner today. And look, you guys were excellent. Probably your best double set of the weekend. But obviously, you guys dropped that doubles point. I talked about it. He says he got emotional in the championship press conference, quoting him there. So don't get mad at me, Ty. But I'm curious, what was that post-doubles conference like? What was the message between you, your teammates, as you approach singles?
No, I mean, we know the doubles point's huge, but it's not everything. I mean, we've lost 2 doubles points this weekend. I mean, it definitely puts you behind, but you can get it back within the first 30 minutes of singles. And we just had to put it behind ourselves. We had to go out to singles, take it to them, just fight hard, just leave everything out there on the court. We couldn't, let it linger, because if you let it linger, man, it can get away from you real quick. And we know that from experience, and we know that it's important to put it behind us and just, go out there and play.
Well, I'm fascinated by that perspective, because I have a long enough memory to remember 2022 National Indoor Semifinals. You were playing Louis Maxted in that match. You had 4 set points. They went away. I can bring it up now because obviously you're on the winning end this time. I'm just curious. You dropped that first set. It was tightly contested. What adjustments did you make, and why ultimately do you think you were able to get over the finish line?
He was playing so good. I mean, I had so many chances in the first set, a lot of 40-15, a lot of deuce points, probably 0 for 8 on break points in the first set. I mean, it was killer, and he played an unbelievable tiebreaker, so it was tough not to get that. But, I mean, it's my last national indoors. I'm not going down easy, so I'm just going out there giving everything I had. And if he comes up with the goods every time with a passing shot like he was, I mean, I got to applaud it. It's too good. But I stuck to my game plan, hold serve, put the pressure on return games, keep coming forward. And I mean, it just paid off. I didn't change a whole lot. I mean, obviously, I think our level both picked up a lot in that second and third set. I mean, he made me earn that second set. I was up 2 breaks, and he really made me serve it out. Just like every single service game in that third set, I had to come up with goods because I knew in his service games he was hitting big serves, big forehand, great volleys, great passing shots. So I just try to stick to the game plan, listen to Ty out there, and stay with my guys because on the sideline they were all excellent. I mean, they were with me every point. Andrew, Fuchs, Cannon, like those guys are pushing me through the finish line. I can't thank my teammates enough.
Yeah, no, and I know you got a bunch of photos to take. So last 2 questions for you here. First of all, again, you talk about those third sets, the emotion of it all. I'm curious how simple things stay for you, knowing, look, you see forehand, you're going to hit it, you're going to try and move forward behind it. Is that just what you're focused on in trying to execute? Because I know people at home are wondering, how were you able to execute with that sort of precision down the stretch?
Huh. I was so nervous down the stretch. I know. I mean, 2 matches on, 2 third sets. I mean, you don't get bigger than that in a national final. So I was so nervous. I was trying so hard to focus, take every point one by one, try not to think about it. It's impossible not to look down and see there's Bernie's on the opposite end of this building, and it's just us two. Both teams are on the sideline just going absolutely wild at every point. So hard to focus, but Ty was with me every point, told me to breathe, take my time between points. And I really just stuck to the game plan, kept it simple. Like you said, I'm finding forehands, trying to rip it, trying to come forward, and just keeping things simple, taking up point by point. And it really helped me stay in it.
No, I saw you finger pointing to Ty, to all the different players, coaches on the sideline. And I'm sure at times you were like, hey, Ty, you can breathe here too. I got this, my friend. And so I am curious, and this is the stat I always turn to. Through 5 players in your doubles lineup, Luchanig, yourself, Cannon, JJ, Justin. That's 25 years of college tennis experience right there. You guys all came back this season for one reason, to capture a national championship. Now, I know this isn't May, but it is a national indoor championship still. We know how much that matters. I'm curious what this means to you, what that means to this program, having been so close your first 4 seasons.
Like I said, the first question, it means everything.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not discriminating. National championship is a national championship.
I agree.
We've come so close so many times in this event. We've been the 1 seed so many times. We've had such great starts, and to finally cap it off with the national championship, it's the best feeling ever. I mean, just means so much to us. I was 1 year out of when they won it last, so I saw it from the sidelines as a commit, and it just looks so much fun to be a part of that environment, and part of that winning, environment. And I just wanted to be a part of it, and it's just the best feeling. I mean, the smile is not going away anytime soon. I can't stop smiling. My cheeks are sore. All my teammates are so pumped up. All of our coaches, our staff, and it's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, you're a little young for Wu-Tang Clan, but Cash rules everything around me, friend. Robert Cash, the clinching player here for our National Indoor Championship. Buckeyes 4-3 winners. Robert, congratulations to you, to the program, and obviously OH, my friend. Travel home safely.
Go Bucks. Let's go, OH.
There it is. Robert Cash again, National Indoor Champion. Thank you as always, my friend. Be safe, be healthy, and enjoy Saturday's match at Notre Dame. Again, no rest for the weary, right? None at all. So there you see it. 2024 National Indoor Champions, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Now, you guys didn't see the heroic efforts of one Mike Cation to ensure that you had the coverage you deserved during that trophy ceremony. He deserves a massive shout out, and he joins me in the booth now as well as we finish our coverage here of these National Indoor Championships. Mike, first and foremost, sincerely thank you to you, my friend, for ensuring that coverage at home. But beyond that, your reaction to what was an all-time final.
Yeah, not really surprised. I think Ohio State certainly earned this opportunity to be here. And then just seeing the fact that, again, through the weekend, being able to do it really without having that double success that we're certainly used to from the Buckeyes really says a lot about the depth of their program, the veteran leadership that they have, that they're not fazed by those moments. Now, what's really great about this is the fact that they get to work on some things after success, right? The fact that now they're going to be able to start tinkering again with the doubles lineups, find those things that will bring them joy and success in May, because that's obviously that next step for them. How do they find that same level of success once they get to May, and can they finally get that outdoor championship that we certainly know they have been wanting for so long?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's almost the monkey off the back. Like for this group in particular, that has done everything. They've been #1 in the country. They've been Big Ten and conference champions. They've done all these magnificent things except capture a national championship. Now they have that. You're right. It's inside, not outside. And May is a completely different beast. But, again, I was a friend who used to say, you can't win the national championship in round #1. You can certainly lose it. And to the Buckeyes, looking 10,000-foot view, they're on the path. They are staying the course. They have dropped 4 of their last 5 doubles points, Mike Cation, and they are walking out of New York as national indoor champions. What a moment for the program. What a moment for the sport. To be able to provide a spotlight on this level, to be able to provide a platform for it to shine, it means the world to me here. And Mike, I think this sport shined this weekend, and it's a massive credit to Howard Endelman, the Columbia staff, everyone at the ITA. This place is worthy of a national championship.
And the beautiful part about this right now, literally we're 25 minutes after a national championship. Down the way, we've got about 6 little kids who are probably between the ages of 4 and 12 who are playing the game after getting to watch a national championship. So it's the stars of the future that are starting to move forward, right, and get to play in these fantastic facilities that we have within collegiate tennis. So certainly the game continues to grow, and great job, as always, by the Crack Racquets team to make sure that the coverage is what needs to happen and will continue to grow and get better year after year.
And sincerely, you elevate our platform every time you join me in the booth. I don't mean to get personal, but professionally, I call you the pod father. You are someone I consider a mentor in this business, and to share the microphone with you will forever be a privilege for me. So sincerely, Mike, thank you for joining us
it's
here
always
this
a lot
weekend.
of fun, buddy.
A massive thank you to Archit Suresh as well, our CR intern. He was running around providing all those additional angles so that we could provide enhanced coverage for all of you fans tuning in at home. But I need a drink. We got flights to catch, my friend Mike Cation. So with that in mind, we're going to start packing things up on our end. The best part, folks, we still have a regular season to come, and we will have coverage every weekend, Friday, Sunday on ESPN Plus on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. More college tennis for all of you fans to enjoy. Again, one last time, a thank you to Mike, a thank you to our super producer, Daniel Westoff at home. None of this happens. He finds 26 hours a day to code, to prepare. None of this would happen without his tireless efforts. So I love you, Stuff. I will see you later tonight. Thank you, as always, my brother. I should give him love too. Dalton does some work as well. Shout out to our Cracked Racquets CEO, again, ensuring that we have these sorts of opportunities to provide this sort of coverage for all of you college tennis fans. Love him as well. But to Columbia, the ITA staff, everyone, we appreciate you having us. For the fantastic Mike Cation and everyone who contributed to our coverage, I'm Alex Gruskin, Ohio State, your 2024 ITA Men's National Team Indoor Championships. Who takes it all in May? That's what we'll find out. We hope you stick with us as our coverage of the 2024 season continues.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.
It's important to know your history and to know about the people that came before you. College athletics for women and college tennis is really built on that foundation that others set.
Life transforms itself, and we have to learn, we have to acknowledge the past. We are that thread.
College tennis was everything to me when I played, and has just set my life up going forward in a great trajectory.
To be a part of a Hall of Fame, I think it is just a wonderful way to celebrate such a great sport.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Media Day at the 2024 ITA Division I Men's Team Indoor Championships. I am joined now by a man who described himself as a super-duper senior. It is certainly always a super-duper time to get the opportunity to speak with Ohio State's Andrew Luchanig. First of all, Hello, my friend. It is good to see your smiling face. Talk to me about how the Buckeyes are feeling approaching this national indoors.
I mean, feeling good. Obviously a little bit nervous, as I'm sure everyone else is. We know we have the roster to do something special here, but putting together 4 great days of tennis in a row is the only way you're going to get out with the title. So it's going to take everything to do that, but we definitely have the pieces and tools to do it. So
yeah, no doubt about that. And I'm curious looking at the roster, because let's just play the numbers game. Boulet's 5, Cash is 5, Cannon's 5, you're 6, Tracy's 4. That's what, 26 years or so of tennis right there. And again, that's not even including a Bryce Nakashima, not even including an Anthrop, a Bernie, all these players. Is there some urgency with this group? Like, what has this fall been like, knowing, hey, we're all back for one more go-round? Dare I say, if anyone gets to call this a last dance, I would argue it's your group. Has that been the vibes for the first few months?
More or less, yeah. It also helps that along with the older guys, we have some young studs as well, as you said. But yeah, I mean, this is arguably the best roster I've been a part of. Ty always preaches that you need to win with older dudes. I remember when I was younger, he used to say how hard it is to retire a senior when we were going into NCAAs and stuff, and now we've got 4 or 5 of them. So hopefully that word stands true, and it'll be pretty hard to beat all of us.
Yeah, and with that sort of depth, obviously, look, not just the guys we've mentioned, but like a Bryce Nakashima comes in, he could play right away, and all the future success he has had. Obviously, Preston Stearns off of the red shirt, he's ready to play and get active as well. What's practice like? How competitive are things getting? Talk to me about the depth in this group and what you've seen day in, day out.
Yeah, I mean, everyone obviously always pushes each other. That's how it works at this level. You have deep teams, but it's also the biggest team I've been a part of. We have 13 guys. So practice sets obviously get intense. It allows us to, do more. It allows people to come back for second practices as well in the afternoons when the coaches are available, which is, they'll always make time for us. But yeah, I mean, it helps because drills go fast. We get done what we need to get done and move on to the next thing. And yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like that for a lot of teams here. When you're at this level, everyone's good. You just have to, be able to deal with the other 80% mental side of the game as well. So we're working on that also.
Well, in that spirit, I'm curious. You guys have 2 free agents on your team, and what I mean by that is Robert Cash has often had a doubles partner going into a season. Obviously, I call him the perfect prize, like that you win the lottery when you're told Robert Cash is your doubles partner on that day. But only one player on the Ohio State roster is the reigning NCAA doubles champion. That's you, my friend. So a couple of free agent pieces in the doubles. How has working all of that out early in the season, finding partnerships, finding continuity, what's that been like on your end?
It's always trial and error. We have a lot of pieces like we've been talking about, so we have flexibility. We can do different things. We've got Robert and JJ ranked, I think 2 now, but started off 1 coming out of the fall. So we always have that in our back pocket as well. But I think 2 years ago now is when I started first really cracking into the lineup, and it was with Justin. So it's all coming back to us. We've obviously had a few spotty matches in the past few weeks, but that just comes with playing 1 doubles. You're playing against professional level tennis players. But yeah, in terms of having Robert at 3 right now, or 2, and me and Justin at 1, we have flexibility. Obviously, in my eyes and probably in a lot of other people's eyes, Robert is the best doubles player in the NCAA. So wherever you put him, he's probably going to be in a pretty good position to win. So
what do you have to do to win the Cash lottery so that it's a Luciana Cash ticket out there? Or is that just not going to happen?
I don't know. Like you said, if your name gets called with Robert Cash, you're pretty excited about it. But we also know we got to win 2 out of the 3 to get the doubles point, so that's what's most important.
I always like to
Bryce and Robert have been doing pretty well too.
Yeah.
So
I always like to think me and Cash could honestly put a fight out there, because I think he's one of the 50 best doubles players in the world, period, not just the best doubles player in the country.
I'm not a huge tennis knowledge guy for doubles, but in professional, but I would have to agree, and there's nothing like it.
Yeah, and so I'm curious, you mentioned some of the starting and stopping for you guys in terms of doubles point success, but obviously what you guys have already been able to do this year to beat teams like Wake Forest, South Carolina, Virginia. Talk to me about the confidence you guys have gleaned from those results as we approach this weekend here in New York.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to be able to play that kind of schedule. Ty and Crow build a really good schedule for us to start the year so that we have those top 10, top 5 matches that prepare us for this tournament. Because, I mean, this is national championship, but we've only been playing for a month, so you really have especially with some guys taking the fall off playing professionally, you really have to have some sort of thing to look forward to, where for us it's those home matches where, you know, you're getting everyone back together, getting everyone back on the same page, preparing for something like this. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, and I'm curious, I know we kind of alluded to this earlier, but this is the third straight season. You guys have gotten off to a really hot start, earning these incredible victories all the way before the national indoors. How do you not let what's happened in past years cloud what you guys are doing and trying to accomplish this season, if that makes sense? Because, again, it's easy to let doubts from the past creep in. That's pretty much the story of this sport. How have you guys gone about moving beyond that, building from them, and preparing for this event?
Well, we also obviously make sure not to get too high and not too low. Like you said, we've had some really good wins to start the year, but they are at home. So it's easy to win at home when you have 800 people, however many people are there. Ty does a really good job. The guys do a really good job of getting people to our matches. So when you play in that environment, you expect to win. You're supposed to win. So here it will be different, especially with our draw. If we're lucky enough to get past Alabama and Columbia pulls through, it'll be an away match, even though it's a neutral site. So we prepare for things like that. Ty puts pressure on us in practice and tries to simulate that kind of thing in his own way. So in terms of looking back at past years, I mean, we haven't been able to get it done for a long time, but like I said, this is the best roster I've been a part of. So.
Well, in that spirit, then my last two for you. You don't go to Ohio State unless you want to be coached hard. That's obviously part of the curriculum. That's part of what it takes to succeed as a Buckeye. That said, as I've alluded to, all of this experience on your roster, are you guys a self-fulfilling, that's not the right word, but you guys are self-functional, right? Like you, at this point, I guess what I'm asking is, are you coaching yourself? Like, are you looking
Absolutely
as much
not.
No, okay, I like to hear. He's still riding you like your freshman?
He has to, yeah. That's what Ohio State tennis is built on. It's built on listening to the coaches and doing what they tell you to do. Ty always says, if you're going to lose his way. You know, if it's his fault, it's his fault. But if you lose doing your own thing, then it's not going to go well for you. And being on a roster like ours where we've got, Stearns right now, myself in singles, Bryce in singles that aren't playing right now. If somebody messes up, there is always somebody in the back door who can fill the same position. And if they're listening to the coaches, that builds trust and allows them to, get their shot. So no matter how old you are, you better listen to the coaches at Ohio State. So.
Oh, I love to hear that. And again, my last question for you, all the experience, all the familiar faces, the continuity, the chemistry you guys bring this year. Is it fair to say, I don't want to say national championship or bust because that's too hyperbolic, but your eye is on the prize, is it not, at Ohio State? You guys know what you have the talent to achieve this season?
Definitely, yeah. And, that's our only goal, obviously, where guys are looking, to get higher rankings in the back of their mind because, they want to play in the summer, but we don't talk about that at all. From Ty's point, in January we talked about it. From end of May of last year to December, it's more individual based, and then from January through May you play for Ohio State, no questions asked, and everyone's on the same page for that. So
yeah, well, we are looking forward. It is always a pleasure to watch you guys compete at this event, and I haven't had the chance to say this to you personally. It was quite a pleasure to watch you and James win that doubles title. Seriously, just so much fun. Did you know he was this good? Because talk about, I know he's an individual now. I got to see him in Cleveland at the Challenger, and he won the doubles title there. I was like, oh my God, does this guy have the goods?
Yeah, he is insane. Like, he's just a big point player too. Like if we got a deuce point or something big, he's like, no questions asked, he's gonna take it. And, I remember in the semis at one point, I was playing so bad against Pepperdine. And he hit like 110-mile-an-hour forehand right at the dude, and he screams, "Yeah, hit to me, hit to me!" And I'm like, "Geez, I can't blow it for this guy." Like, we ended up pulling it together, and playing with James was unbelievable. He was the MVP of the NCAA in my eyes last year. Look at what he's done. And I'm sure he's got a promising professional career ahead of him as well.
Yeah, well, to go full circle, whoever Andrew is playing with this weekend, he's got big shoes to fill because, again, reigning NCAA doubles champion, so well-deserved, and obviously looking forward to all the success you and the Buckeyes achieved this season. So, OH, my friend, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Have fun with this.
Okay, ready?
Yep, ready.
Welcome to the
Welcome to the Red Apple. Welcome to New York City.
I think you said, what up to the first team players?
Welcome to the city that never sleeps.
Welcome to the Philip.
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 Yes.
And Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
What is Pikachu doing in the Philippines?
There's no way.
And Cheryl Milstein.
Michelin.
No.
Mexican.
Milstein.
Bill She.
Bill. No, very close.
Try.
Milstein.
Bill Chi.
No.
Welcome.
Wallop.
Welcome.
Yes.
To
The. Yeah. Philip Milstein Family Tennis Center.
Philip and Cheryl. Yeah. Welcome to Philip Milstein Tennis Center. Come on!
How did you get that?
Because we were talking about the tennis center earlier.
It was welcome to the Philip and Cheryl Milstein Tennis Center.
So Philippines wasn't bad.
Yeah, okay.
So obviously we've had a lot of success here, and we're looking to keep that going for this year. And the way I think we're going about it as a team is just staying humble and making sure we're still working hard and treating it as a new year, and trying to bring the confidence that we've already had this year into this tournament.
Yes, I feel we're prepared as well as we could possibly be prepared for this. We've played some tough home matches against Tennessee and Stanford and ACU and Rice, and now we also went on the road against Michigan. So we're ready. We're ready for this. We know a little bit what to expect. You never know in a tennis match, but I feel confident that our guys are ready to battle.
Well, coming into this weekend, we're obviously very excited to come here and try to defend the National Indoor Championship. I think we have a great team. We lost a couple key players, but I'm looking forward to this week and the whole season with a younger team, and I'm very excited.
Yes, a successful tournament would be our guys being ready to play, giving everything that they have, leaving everything on the court, compete for each other, compete for their university, and if that means a W, that's even better. But the goal is to stay on the process, and hopefully we come out of this with some W's and get ready for the rest of the year.
Yeah, so TCU, the reason I came to TCU was to be a professional tennis player, because I heard that TCU breeds professional tennis players, and we've had a long line of players that have been really successful on the tour. And I think over my 4.5 years so far, that's something that I've really tried to accomplish, and I think I've progressed my game towards that. So that's something that I've learned the most while I've been at TCU. And my greatest memories are obviously winning back-to-back national indoor titles with TCU, and hopefully we can do that again this year.
Every bounce, every swing deserves precision. Introducing Swing Vision, the future of tennis right on your phone. Track your shots, analyze your game, and bring the Grand Slam experience to your court. Challenge any court instantly. Join the thousands already transforming their game. Download Swing Vision for free today.
College tennis is a super special thing. It's really important for student athletes and student tennis players to be able to participate in college tennis.